and 15 Kenya shillings, respectively. Value chain actors and enhance reduce pollution. NEMA has directed all PROs to enter into similar agreements with value chain actors to incentivize waste collection and management. Additionally, NEMA partnered with the Kenya National Cleaner Production Center in financial year 2023-2024 to inspect and analyze wastewaters from 260 facilities within the Nairobi River Basin, leading to identification and mitigation of key industrial pollution sources. In 2025-2026, in-plant assessments were conducted in 26 facilities. 5 industries halted pollution by installing new effluent treatment plants, and 10 non-functional ETPs were revived. Where inspections reveal non-compliance, enforcement actions available to NEMA include, number 1, improvement orders under Section 117(3)(g) of MCA, directing cessation of environmentally harmful activities and requiring remedial measures within specified timeline. Number 2, restoration orders under Section 108(1) of MCA, requiring restoration of the environment to its pre-pollution state. And number 3, closure orders under Section 117(3)(f) of MCA, directing immediate closure of non-compliant manufacturing or industrial establishment. Resumption of operation is permissible only with written approval from the Director General. 2 facilities this year, 2025-2026, were issued closure orders following inspections. And finally, arrest and prosecution before a court of law under Section 117(3)(h) of MCA as a last resort. In financial year 2024-2025, 5 individuals were arrested and prosecuted for environmental offenses related to the illegal discharge of effluents. The second one was on coordination framework among the ministry, NEMA, county government, public health authorities, and other regulators to monitor toxic exposure hotspots and ensure timely remediation and public protection. Mr. Speaker, sir, environmental pollution is most effectively addressed through a multi-agency approach. The ministry, through NEMA, has spearheaded collaboration among relevant agencies and county governments through the following mechanisms. The Environmental and Social Impact Assessment Process, Section 58 of MCA, requires that ESIA process take precedence over any other regulatory process and be completed before any project commences. As part of this process, copies of ESIA reports are shared with relevant lead agencies for technical input before a record of decision is made. This multi-agency collaboration enables early identification of negative impacts on public health and the environment, with appropriate remedial conditions embedded in ESIA licenses, which cover the entire project life cycle, from pre-construction to decommissioning. The ESIA process, therefore, serves as an early warning system that safeguards public health while fostering interagency collaboration. Secondly, joint enforcement action. NEMA conducts joint enforcement operations with relevant ministries, lead agencies, and county governments targeting sector-specific high-risk facilities. For instance, NEMA has undertaken joint inspection with the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, targeting non-compliant facilities in the petroleum sector, and has partnered with the Nairobi City County Government in mapping and cracking down on noise pollution hotspots. Capacity building through the basic enforcement course. NEMA trains officers from other lead agencies and county governments through the basic enforcement course, designed to equip officers with skills to undertake effective enforcement within their respective mandates. Officers completing the BEC are eligible for gazettement, extending decentralized enforcement capacity across the country. NEMA Incident Management System. NEMA operates an incident management system through which the public can report environmental incidents nationwide. The authority maintains a database of contact persons from all lead agencies across the country. Upon receipt and categorization of an incident, NEMA forwards it to the relevant lead agencies for prompt action, playing a key coordination role in averting further pollution. In financial year 2025-2026, 12 incidences involving releases, spills, leaks, fires, or explosions with toxic or hazardous chemicals, including ammonia, chloryl, volatile organic compounds, pesticides, and industrial solvents, were responded to. These incidents remain under active monitoring pending full restoration of affected areas. National or sector-based assessment of environmental health risk from lead, heavy metals, hazardous waste, open burning, and industrial contamination, and the findings. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry through NEMA undertook a comprehensive nationally coordinated assessment of environmental health risk under the Africa Environmental Health and Pollution Management Program implemented between 2020 and 2025 with support from the World Bank and the Global Environmental Facility. The program specifically targeted pollution risks associated with e-waste, hazardous chemicals, and unintentional persistent organic pollutants, which are closely linked to heavy metals, open burning, and industrial contamination pathways. Key outputs of the program: a national e-waste inventory covering all 47 counties, and a countrywide solid waste situation analysis, including identification and mapping of pollution hotspots. The second output, a national database on toxic substances and e-waste generation, providing empirical evidence on the scale and distribution of hazardous materials nationwide. Thirdly, UPOPs, hotspot mapping, identifying areas with elevated risks of toxic emissions associated with open burning of waste, informal recycling, and poorly controlled disposal sites. And fourth, development and deployment of monitoring, screening, and evaluation tools for environmental inspectors, with over 100 inspectors trained to detect and track releases of hazardous pollutants. The key findings from these assessments are as follows. Open burning of mixed waste and e-waste is a significant source of toxic emissions, including UPOPs and heavy metals, posing significant serious risk to air quality and public health, particularly in urban centers where waste segregation is limited and the informal sector dominates the recycling value chain. Secondly, informal e-waste management practices, including manual dismantling and crude material recovery techniques, expose workers and nearby communities to hazardous substances such as lead, mercury, and other heavy materials, with risk especially pronounced in unregulated environments lacking protective measures and pollution control technologies. Thirdly, stakeholder mapping and value chain analysis identified systemic gaps in hazardous waste management, including weak collection systems, limited formal recycling infrastructure, and inadequate awareness among key actors, contributing directly to environmental contamination and human exposure. And fourthly, the assessment highlighted limitations in analytical infrastructure, particularly laboratory capacity for comprehensive analysis of air and soil contamination, underscoring the need for continued investment in environmental monitoring system. These findings have since informed key policies and regulatory actions, including the gazettement of the Waste Management Regulation 2024, the Extended Producer Responsibility Regulation 2024, and the Framework for Management of Toxic and Hazardous Substances. Policy and enforcement reforms, drawing on lessons from countries with stronger hazardous waste and pollution control regimes, being pursued to strengthen environmental health protection in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government through the ministry and NEMA is implementing a suite of policy and enforcement reforms as waste and pollution control system and multilateral environmental agreements, including the Basel, Stockholm, and Minamata conventions. In terms of strengthened legal framework, the ministry has strengthened the legal framework through operationalization of the Sustainable Waste Management Act and the gazettement of the 2024 Waste Management and Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations. These reforms adopt the polluter pays principle and a life cycle management approach requiring producers to take full responsibility for hazardous and post-consumer waste consistent with best practices in the European Union. Additionally, regulations on the management of toxic and hazardous chemicals and materials have been developed and are being implemented, including stricter controls on generation, transport, storage, and disposal. In risk-based and intelligence-led enforcement, the government is transitioning from reactive compliance to a risk-based intelligence-led enforcement model, including targeted inspections in pollution hotspots, strengthened environmental audits, and the deployment of monitoring and screening tools to track releases of heavy metals, UPOPs, and other hazardous pollutants. On enhanced interagency coordination, the ministry is enhancing interagency coordination frameworks, bringing together NEMA, county governments, public health authorities, and sector regulators to enable joint inspections, data sharing, and coordinated response to environmental health risks in line with integrated regulatory approaches applied internationally. Formalization of informal e-waste sectors. Recognizing the role of informal sector in hazardous waste exposure, particularly the e-waste management, the government is promoting formalization and integration of informal operators into compliance systems, including support for material recovery facilities, licensed recyclers, and safer technologies, drawing lessons from countries that have successfully transitioned informal waste systems into regulated circular economy models. In institutional capacity and compliance assurance, the ministry is investing in training of environmental inspectors, strengthening laboratory and monitoring infrastructure, and digitizing compliance processes to enhance transparency, traceability, and enforcement efficiency. Enforcement measures have also been strengthened through enhanced penalties, closure orders, restoration directives, and mandatory remediation requirements for polluters along the application of EPR obligations to ensure industry accountability. For public disclosure and community engagement, the ministry is advancing public disclosure and community engagement mechanisms, including access to environmental information and grievance redress systems, recognizing that transparency and citizen oversight are critical components of effective pollution control regimes globally. Collectively, these reforms are positioning Kenya towards a modern, preventive, and enforcement-driven environmental management system capable of effectively addressing risks from hazardous waste, industrial pollution, and toxic substances while safeguarding public health and the environment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government remains firmly committed to protecting all Kenyans from the harmful effects of industrial pollution, hazardous waste, and toxic exposure. We will continue to enforce our laws with vigor, deepen interagency collaboration, and draw on global best practices to ensure that every Kenyan enjoys the constitutional right to a clean and healthy environment. I thank you, Mr. Sir.
Very well, Madam CS. Now, Senator Minda Kibona, do you have any supplementary questions? You have a privilege to ask 2 supplementary questions. 2.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I thank Madam CS for her response. Though I feel some were responded, but then it still provides some broad description of laws and activities, but leaves important gaps regarding enforcement outcomes, which affects, of course, communities, timelines, and accountability. My first question is that kindly, Madam CS, explain why, despite the thousands of environment audits and widespread non-compliance, among them, only 5 individuals were prosecuted. And that is financial year 2024-2025. And only 2 facilities were issued with closure orders. And the state, why? State the outcomes of these prosecutions, because I just felt that there was, a gap hanging, and that was not explained well. Number 2, when will the ministry actually publish the national e-waste inventory? Because you have actually tried to elaborate on that, but then at least you have not told us when the inventory will be published. And then also regarding the pollution hotspots and the maps which have been developed under the Africa Environment and Health Pollution Management Program, so that at least the Parliament can, affect the sorry, I was just looking at that response. I realized so that the Parliament and affected communities can assist the risk and monitor remediation, because you talked about the database, but then at least we need to understand the timelines and exactly how it's going to be implemented, so that we can also support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam CS.
Thank you. Yes, so with regards to the prosecution, what we had talked about is it is a process. First of all, we start with the improvement orders, directing the cessation of environmentally harmful activities and requiring remedial measures within specified timelines. We give timelines to the companies or the polluters. And additionally, we have also the closure orders, or those who are undergoing restoration, who need to undergo restoration to ensure that it's at a pre-pollution state. We give them the order and give them timelines to address that. And then after that, if that doesn't occur, then the closure orders, which directs immediate closure of the non-compliant manufacturers or industrial establishment. And the resumption is only permissible through written approval by the Director General. And if that doesn't occur, then arrest and prosecution is the final line. As you well are aware, industrialization is ongoing, but we have to ensure that we are protecting our environment. So those are the key steps that we follow up to support the various industries so that there is no pollution that takes place. So that is the question on why, despite audits, only 5 prosecutors and 2 facilities have been closed. With regards to outcome, we continue monitoring. We conduct, as you have seen, the water quality monitoring, air quality monitoring, and other forms of assessment and enforcement. So in terms of the publication of the e-waste inventory, it is ongoing. And Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we want to assure you that we'll be able to share that with you for purposes of advocacy, even as we go to implementation. As you are aware, the key thing, the game changer for us was the extended producer responsibility, which has been the Sustainable Waste Management EPR regulation, which now proactively looks into enforcement. Previously, it was about cleanups, But after we had passed the EPR, there is issuance of orders to producer responsibility organizations to ensure full compliance of the regulation on behalf of their members who are the polluters. So they are the ones who are supporting us across the value chain of waste management to ensure that there is that they are managing waste from the waste pickers to the aggregators to the recyclers to safe disposal. They will be receiving a certain amount of money so that they can support in waste management. And this is really a sustainability plan, a revenue generating stream for the value chain actors while we are reducing pollution and ensuring that we have a clean and safe and healthy environment.
Very well, Senator. Now, in my dashboard, I have 12 senators who have supplementary questions. So we really must manage our time. If I give you a chance, you should go directly and ask your question. Just one question, so that we can clear the big number of senators who want to engage the CS. So I want to start with the minority leader.
Asante Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nataka kumuuliza Bi Waziri wa Mazingira, Tabia Nchi na Misitu amechukua hatua gani ili kuweza kutetea na ni hatua gani vile vile anaweza kuadhibu hizi kampuni ambazo zinamwaga maji ya sumu au uchafu na yanayotumika katika makampuni. Haya maji yanatumika kutoka kwa zile kampuni ambazo zinamwaga huu uchafu yaliyoko katika mazingira ya Kilifi County, hususan makampuni ambayo yako katika maeneo au mazingira wanaoishi wa Kenya, na vile vile zile kampuni ni zile ziko katika maeneo yako Kilifi, mahali kama Kikambala ama mpaka Mtwapa. Na pia ni hatua gani anaochukua kuweza kuona kwamba maji kama haya yanaweza kuleta ugonjwa katika mazingira, na pia vile vile kuweza kuathiri udongo au mchanga ambao unatumika na maji ambayo yako na maji haya yako na hewa ile yake ambayo ni chafu inatoka katika hayo maeneo. Kwa hiyo ni hatua gani katika wizara yake inaweza inafanya ama imechukua kuona kwamba makampuni kama haya yanazuia uchafu kama huu kutoathiri ardhi na binadamu pia vile vile? Asante Mstahiki Spika.
Madam CS, I will request you just record down the questions so that you take at least 5, you can respond to them, and then we proceed in that manner. Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to direct this to the Cabinet Secretary. What happened to the 2017 ban on the polythene bags for single use? Because in some regions, like rural areas, those polythene bags for single use are re-emerging, and it's actually a very serious matter because guys are looking for cheap packaging material. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to know what happened to the order for compensation of the compensation of Uhuru settlement guys who are actually affected, and the court order that they be compensated. I wish to know what NEMA has to say concerning that specific court order. Thank you.
Senator Okenyuri, you know you are my younger sister, so I didn't want to harass you. But kindly stick to one question. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also your young brother, and I hope you're not going to harass me. Mr. Speaker, following the Speaker, I would want to establish through you, Mr. Speaker, whether the Director General of NEMA accompanied the CS to this place.
Are you done with your question?
No, I just want to know, Mr. Speaker. There is a serious issue here, very, very serious issue.
So prosecute your question because the invite was.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Speaker. That's okay.
We don't invite the Director General.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the NEMA Director General is not here, I would be requesting the Committee on Environment to bring the Director General at some point to this House. Because the Speaker, NEMA, from where I sit, is a problem, not a solution to the management of environment in this country. They are accomplices in the destruction of our environment. The Speaker, straight to the question to the CS. And I'm happy that the questions were direct, but the responses are all over the page, Mr. Speaker. I have an issue with the Speaker. I asked you to be patient with me, just the way you are patient with your young sister. Mr. Speaker, there is a response on an environmental restoration orders to companies that have been found to be polluting our rivers. And if you look at the response of the Speaker on page 5, you realize that the responses give a date, just one day, for restoration of rivers that have been destroyed over the years. The Speaker, is the CS serious? Does she want to own these responses, or she wants to draw them back to NEMA? Then we can deal with NEMA when they come here. Because you cannot restore a river for a day, a river that has been destroyed over the years, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
You know, we are dealing with the science. That is why I'm giving members time to explain themselves thoroughly. This is a technical matter that we handle. And mark you, the person chairing is an expert in what you are addressing. So I understand your concerns very well. I'm a lead expert and I know what is happening around. Next is, you know, today my spirit is asking me to recognize the leadership of the House. Deputy Minority Whip, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had occasion to pass by Lavington Girls, and the most surprising thing, Honorable Speaker, is that Lavington Girls, as the name suggests, is actually in Lavington, and they are still cooking using firewood, Honorable Speaker, and it is causing a very big problem to residents who live behind the school on Ndoto Road there. The smoke goes directly into their houses. At some point, this administration had assured us that we are going to transition to clean cooking in our schools. So the question that I want to direct to the Minister for Environment, is it still government policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration to transition all public schools from cooking using firewood to clean energy cooking in our schools? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the last one, then she can answer those. Then I'll pick more. Senator Joe Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to first seek your intervention. I had a question for the Minister for Roads and Transport, Mr. Speaker.
The CS for...
I'm coming to that, Mr. Speaker. It's just a comment I'm making that it's important that we are informed in advance if the CS is not going to be coming, because I'm supposed to be...
I'll take that as your question, that the supplementary question is on the Minister...
Mr. Speaker, don't be so hard on me, although we don't belong to the same political side, Mr. Speaker, please. Allow me to... I was making a request to you.
Senator Newton, just have your seat. You know the chair here, if you have realized what I've done this morning, right? Actually, I've recognized members who are not in the same. The chair is impartial completely. And there is no chair who chairs this house on political issues or political lines. And that is not the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Maybe other houses, but not in the Senate, not this one. So maybe first you should withdraw your comment, that very negative comment on the chair.
Okay, Chair.
Because I don't mind whatever political space you are occupying.
Okay.
That is your business, you know.
Chair, I'm well guided, Chair. And I withdraw. I was just saying, Chair, I was requesting you that it's important that we be advised in advance, maybe through the order paper.
If you have withdrawn, ask your question, or then we can create some time to discuss the CS for once.
Okay, Chair. I was saying that because I was supposed to be in all Kalau, but I'm here. But let me ask you my question, Chair, to the CS on environment. Chair, let me ask the question directly, Chair. Is the CS aware of an arrangement that the government has with avocado processors in Murang'a County to be able to absorb waste? Because, Mr. Speaker, the only useful percentage of an avocado fruit is 5%. So disposal of the 95% waste is a big challenge to avocado processors. And the avocado processors have an arrangement with the government to make arrangement for absorption of the waste. So is the CS aware of this? And what are we doing to assist these processors who are taking up the avocado fruit, especially in Murang'a County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do apologize if by my comment I hurt you. I was only requesting you to intervene in that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam CS, you can answer those 5 questions, then we make progress.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. First of all, regarding the e-waste inventory, it was done in all the 47 counties, as I had said, and this was through NEMA and World Bank, and they published the report, and the report is on the website. And as I had said clearly, following the reports that we received, they were able to guide us in coming up with our Environmental Management Coordination Acts, amending them, and ensuring that we have incorporated the concerns that we had highlighted. And then the other question was for regulatory impact assessment. That was also done.
Madam says if you could also maybe identify the senator's question that you're answering, so that we are clear, so that we don't repeat again.
Yes, this was for...
To know the members slowly, so that you just select on the name. Proceed, Madam CS. Are you listening to the members? Just listen to the chair. On the senators.
So the e-waste collection centers are in Kisumu, also in Mombasa, and additional 2 counties. Both have been established and are running. So we continue with the support in e-waste collection. And the question on non-compliance is for the people who have been prosecuted, ODPP are the ones, we channel that to ODPP. There was a question with regards to water pollution and air pollution within the coastal region. Sorry, I was scribbling very fast. Recently, the ministry had launched the COSEM for continuous monitoring, water quality monitoring, air quality monitoring across the country, whereby we have also instructed the companies, the manufacturing industries to ensure that the machinery is there and we are assessing the quality so that if it is above a certain threshold and that Kenyans are really being exposed to this kind of waste, then the ministry and NEMA is able to take action. So the process is ongoing. We had the acts, the regulations are there. Now we have moved to implementation. And I can really tell you that the work is ongoing and monitoring and evaluation is taking place. It was just 1 month ago when I was in NEMA. I was able to see the dashboard. We were able to identify the notorious companies, and we are able to address the issues exhaustively. So the support is really for all the manufacturing companies, the industries, to be able to install, and then for NEMA, we are able to do that on our part, but also we are encouraging the industries and manufacturing companies to install. That way we can be able to exhaustively monitor whenever there are increased emissions within our environment. So I can assure you that is ongoing, air quality as well as water quality monitoring. Even recently, I think it was 3 months ago, where we were able to close one of the facilities where we had untreated effluent discharge into our Athi River, and were able to close very quickly. And the measures that took place are also water quality monitoring to be able to assess and see what kind of effluent is being discharged. Is it treated or untreated? So I can assure you that work is ongoing in terms of monitoring emissions into our environment. The regulations on e-waste. The regulations on e-waste have been developed. They are still pending at AG's office. We continue to push to ensure that we can have them exhaustive and implemented holistically. In terms of industries, all industries are required to have pre-treatment of waste, as I had said, and we are monitoring the effluent, as I had said. The Owino Uhuru budget plan for this financial year is 200 million. It has been included in the budget. We hope we can get the money so that we can address that concern. Then on clean cooking, a lot has been done on clean cooking. First of all, we developed our nationally determined contribution. The second one, actually, we were second in Africa in bringing that to the global team. We have developed our national climate change action plan, and one of the areas we are looking at is the green transition and clean cooking. So we work with the Ministry of Energy to support them in developing the climate action plan that is transitioning to clean cooking. We've been able to reach out to multiple partners who support us in financing, including GCF, GEF, IUCN, among others. GCF was able to support us, and the resources will be used to transition most of our schools into clean cooking. But far beyond that, we have our carbon markets. We have our designated national authority when it comes to the carbon space. A lot of these projects are in clean cooking, and we are also encouraging the project developers in matters clean cooking, even as we look to the hard-to-abate projects as a country. So many of them have registered. So we can really confidently say that Kenya is moving into clean cooking. Additionally, IUCN has had technologies in Kajiado, demonstration centers to support even homesteads in matters of clean cooking, institutions, and technology. But what I request, because this is a huge topic and it needs for us to work together with the Ministry of Environment, we request for more time to give you a comprehensive, consolidated report how Kenya is really transitioning into clean cooking. So thank you. The last question was on avocado, processing and organic waste. Kenya waste is predominantly organic waste, and we take this seriously as the ministry and as NEMA. And NEMA has licensed facilities to treat organic waste. What we are currently encouraging the governors is to really look at circular economy, because waste management is devolved. And seeing how we can partner, we can coordinate to improve the waste management and circular economy. And you can see what is going on currently in Nairobi, where we are addressing the concerns in a Dandora site. Predominantly, it's organic waste that needs to be addressed, and really that can produce, whether it's waste to energy, whether it's fertilizers, and that, again, is really bringing money into the pockets of Kenyans. So we are working. We have supported in terms of the technical, the legislative component. Now, when it comes to implementation, we are continuing to license to ensure that we are addressing organic waste, including the avocado waste. So I think those are the questions. Thank you.
There was an issue raised by Senator Kenyuri on the polythene bags.
Yes. So for polythene bags, we continue with the banning. We take note of the concerns and enforcement. We will really ensure that we are strengthening the enforcement. But let us remember, far beyond the plastic bags, we even have the plastic bottles and other plastic wastes. That is why we had to work on the extended producer responsibility, which was passed. And this looks at how we can work with the polluters to ensure that they are paying principal, to ensure that the resources they are having is going back to address the waste that is being produced, what the manufacturers are producing. And as I said, it looks at the whole life cycle. So the EPR is really the way to go. It is all about creating jobs for the waste pickers, for the aggregators, for the transporters, and for safe. Chain will be able to get resources. And this is because the polluters will pay principal and the resources are going to be used in waste management. So we are creating jobs, we are recycling, and this is coming all up into the circular economy space.
Are you not satisfied with the response? Yeah, just do a clarification very fast, then we give other members an opportunity.
Actually, Speaker, I wanted your help because you know you are an elder. Perhaps you can translate to me what the CS has said in regards to the transition in schools from firewood cooking to clean energy. Because an answer like the one she has given has left me more confused as to where we are with that program. What I expected, Honorable Speaker, is to be told we have X number of public schools that use firewood to cook. We have received a certain amount of money. This is the total budget. We have done 10% of the schools. The program will run for 6 months. We expect to be completed before the elections. I mean, that is an answer. But whatever rumblings that have come from the Speaker, from the CS, have left me more confused.
Okay.
I don't know what the answer was.
Okay, so Madam CS, that issue on the cooking stoves, I heard you say comment about the policy that you want to implement, and you requested for more time to submit that to this House, isn't it? Yes. But can you maybe comment directly on Lavington Girls? Because that is the issue.
Yes, Your Excellency, as I had said earlier, we request more time. Why? Because, first of all, the implementer is the Ministry of Energy. For us, we give the policy. It's green transition. Number two, we need real-time data where we are currently. We need to map out, we need to talk to the officers so that we're able to map out and give the tangible data where we are in terms of transitioning. That is why I have requested, and it's also working with the Ministry of Education in the schools, working with the Ministry of Energy, and then ourselves. So if you can give us ample time, 2 weeks is adequate, we'll give you a substantive answer.
Senator Sifuna, I think now you are comfortable with that response. Yes. Okay. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question. Honorable Speaker, I listened very carefully when the CS responded to the question by Senator Hamida. And Honorable Speaker, as an expert, you say you're an expert in this. I think you are an expert in this. I think what the CS did was just to repeat what the laws and regulations say. The CS did not respond to the real issues about the levels of pollution in this country. Honorable Speaker, I would want to ask whether when last the NEMA engaged with the industries that are polluting our water resources around Western Kenya. Let me pick that. But let me not just pick Western Kenya. If you walk around Nairobi River, it is black. Lake Victoria is so polluted. River Maji Masafi in Kibos is so polluted. And yet it's called the Maji Masafi by Kibos Sugar Company. All our sugar companies are polluting the rivers next to them. They dump bagasse everywhere. And you don't need to be an environmental expert to see this. Can be seen with the naked eye. When last did the CS get a report on what is being done about pollution by all these? If we can answer even for the sugar industries alone, where bagasse is all over, methane pollution is everywhere. Can you really tell us that those beautiful regulations you are reading, which we know are very good because some of them were made here. In fact, the law was made here. The regulations were ratified from this House. Our question is how you are implementing them. Don't tell us how good they are.
Senator Mugatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the very elaborate answer that he has given this morning. Mr. Speaker, my question is on enforcement. The Minister has told us in financial year 2024-2025, 5 people were arrested and prosecuted for violations in regard to illegal release into effluent, into our rivers. She has also said that 2 facilities were issued with closure orders. Mr. Speaker, this is what Kenyans want to hear. What action are you taking as a minister? Mr. Speaker, the people of Tana River today are suffering because there is gypsum mining. And Mr. Speaker, when the gypsum is mined in open pit, it is left like that. There is serious environmental degradation. When did she last send inspectors to go and arrest and prosecute the violators of environmental degradation? Mr. Speaker, Kenyans know police officers because if you mess, they will pick you up. Kenyans know the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. If you mess, you're setting up your illegal pharmacy, they will pick you up. But who are these MCA enforcement officers? Who are the Environmental Management Coordination Act enforcement officers? We want them to visit Tana River. Mr. Speaker, those open pits of gypsum in Charidende, in Bilbil, in Bangale, those open, they are killing animals, they are killing people, and nothing is happening. When are you going to send enforcement officers like the Pharmacy and Poisons Board to arrest people and prosecute them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Mr. Speaker, could the CS explain the status of cleaning up Nairobi River, bearing in mind this is a river which goes to River Athi and all the way to Malindi, and that this is the river we are about to dam, Thwake Dam, which is expected to give water supplies to Kitui County, Makueni County, Machakos County, and Kajiado, and even Konza City. What is the status of cleanness of that river?
Senator Eonda Bonikarwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment is missing in Kisumu County and Kakamega County. Could the minister make an undertaking that she is going to immediately, possibly tomorrow, dispatch her team from Nairobi to go and see for herself how raw sewage at Ahero town is released into River Nyando, and see for herself how raw sewage is splashing in the city center of Kakamega town? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okoiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you, CS, for your response. I would like to comment on the report that's at number I of the report, the environmental and social impact assessment process. The CS has referred to Section 58 of the MCA, which requires that the ESIA process take precedence over any other regulatory process and be completed before any project commences. As part of this process, and so forth. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would request the attention of the minister, because she's discussing and I'm talking. So my question is the Cabinet Secretary, in preparing this place, because I have quashed very many ESIA reports in court because they have been found to be fictitious, the latest being the one for the affordable housing project in Langata. And Mr. Speaker, in my interrogation with that, I came to see that there could be a problem with Section 58, Clause 2. I'm laying the ground for my question. So my question is...
Senator Mtata, I told you this is science, it's not other things. Just ask your question, Senator Okio Mtata.
Section 58, Clause 2, you quoted Section 58, Clause 2 provides that a project proponent will hire a NEMA-approved consultant, expert to do an environmental assessment and then make a report. That section, by ceding the regulatory authority back to the person being oversighted, does it create a problem in your experience? Because if I'm paying the person doing the oversight, who is going to write the EISA report on a project, does that person remain a regulator, or does he become my consultant? And if that's the case, how does the regulatory authority enforce the NEMA requirements through a third party who is hired by the person being oversighted, paid by the person being oversighted, to write a report regulating the person paying that person? I want to understand that because there's a major problem with the NEMA, and as it was observed earlier by Senator Wambua, that the NEMA is a problem.
Have you asked your question?
So
that is enough, because you're asking who should do the reports.
Yes, I've asked, have you looked at Section 58, Clause 2? I was just elaborating for the benefit of the House, because I've had the chance to read the section, and maybe the members have not read the section. So I wanted just for the benefit of the House to bring it out, so that does that section cause a problem in terms of NEMA regulating developers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
And members kindly just go straight to the question, because I have still several senators queuing here, and also time is not with us. We have done almost 1.5 hours with the CS.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question to the Cabinet Secretary is, what are you doing to enforce the release of raw sewer into Nairobi Dam? All the estates around Nairobi Dam, when it rains, that is the time to release raw waste into that Nairobi Dam. What are you doing to enforce the stoppage of release of raw sewer to Nairobi Dam?
Actually, these questions are almost related, so maybe let's get another one, Senator Mudama.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Mine is just to inquire from the CS about Athi River, which runs to Mwala and Athi River. It is so polluted. All the factories in Mavoko, they direct every garbage there. And especially Mwala, those people are planting vegetables through that water, and we are having a lot of cancer due to this pollution in the rivers. Also at the river, many of the nearby people are planting their vegetables, sukuma wiki, name it, spinach that we eat here in Nairobi, and tomatoes. And this is causing a lot of damage to our people. What are you doing to release people to go and check those factories through NEMA? NEMA is doing nothing. You have to be on NEMA very seriously. And I want, Madam CS, you deal with the Athi River kindly, and especially going to Mwala, and even the one going to Kinamanzo's place, Thwake Dam. Thank you.
Senator Joyce Colil.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to congratulate the CS for the efforts that he has put in the Ministry of Environment in terms of making sure that the state sector works despite the challenges that have been inherited from the previous governments, Honorable Speaker. The only question that I have is that a number of tea farmers have been complaining because of the effluents that are being discharged to their rivers. And I know before they are licensed, or the factories are licensed, they must comply with some regulations. I would also want to know whether the CS normally checks on the treatment of the state factories before the effluents are discharged to the state rivers. Thank you.
Okay, proceed and give responses, Madam CS.
Thank you.
Then we do the last round.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Let me first say that indeed I take this with a lot of passion, coming from the background and the impact it has in public health. Secondly, is that when I came into office, I ensured that we have quarterly meetings with NEMA. Last, I think it was 2 months ago, we conducted assessment along the Athi River. We were able to map out. They did their first assessment and they talked to the companies, and I joined them the second time round. This is really because we really need to address this issue. And you can see that in this last quarter, what was done by the previous administration in 1 year, we've been able to do that or double that in 1 quarter. In terms of assessing, in terms of reports, we had 405 illegal discharges that were stopped and identified and stopped, and 197 during this quarter. That is because we take it seriously. But even as we take it seriously, there are 2 things we are looking at. Industrialization, even as we protect our environment. So, as I had said earlier, restoration comes before closure and before prosecution. So we are giving improvement orders. We are giving timelines that after so and so, depending on what we have found. Like I can give an example where we went to one of the sites. What we instructed them is to do water quality monitoring in 3 months' time and see if they still discharge within the effluent or the effluent has been treated. So we have tangible evidence if there is discharge. And then secondly, we are monitoring, even from my office, to ensure that enforcement is going on, improvement orders are being executed by the various companies and industries, and restoration order so that they go into the pre-pollution state. If that doesn't work, then now we come to closure, because we are encouraging Kenyans that we build on the industries. We also ensure that Kenyans are having something in their pockets, but we protect our environment and restore. So for Athi River, we are doing that, and I will continuously monitor with them around the country, even as they share the reports. As I had said, even, we have a dashboard of which I am very happy to come and share with you on what we are doing on water quality monitoring and air quality monitoring by these industries. That way, we can be able to see who is above the threshold that is needed, that can be damaging to the health of Kenyans. And from that report, we can now move and support them in their improvement, in their restoration. If that doesn't occur, now we move to closure and prosecution. So we have taken it up seriously, and we'll be able to share even detailed reports that will be shared in our website to show Kenyans that water quality, air quality monitoring reports must be doubled every quarter so that the impact is felt, and we are restoring our environment even as we look at industrialization. The question with regards to from Senator Mkatana about NEMA. Yes, we are collaborating with the county commissioners to establish the multi-agency team to enforce on gypsum. And we definitely will be visiting your county and the coastal county to assess the impact within that region. It's long overdue. We were supposed to go there, but because of some conflicting issues. But we can assure you we will go and assess and give a comprehensive report on that. For enforcement, as I said, we are not much on closure and prosecution. We want to help restore. We want restoration orders. We want improvement orders to the companies. So we are working with Kibos Sugar, Mara Sugar, that have been issued with the restoration orders. We have given them timelines. We will be visiting to ensure that they are implementing and ensure that the effluent that is being discharged is treated. I take note also about the concern raised with regards to the conflict of interest, NEMA as a regulator, and then again issuing the ESIA through consultancy. We have experts in the environment. They are the ones who write the NEMA, the reviews, and make decisions. So the EIA process is open, is transparent, it's evidence-based, and it's followed up by technical experts. So we believe that they are well capacitated to address and look at and conduct their EIA in a free and fair manner. The question on Senator Mandago, yes, we take note on the sewer networks. They are being expanded. It cannot be done overnight. You can see the time that Nairobi restoration it has taken. We conducted mapping. We saw who are discharging effluent. We were able to close them. And then now we are now cleaning up the Nairobi River. And you can see how many years and how much it has taken. So we will continue working extensively to ensure that we are restoring, again, see where resources allow how we can restore, and also support us, maybe through the National Infrastructure Fund. We can also look and ensure that restoration is occurring, because as we have this infrastructural development, industrialization, then the environment also has to be protected. So those are things that we are really advocating for, so that the ministry can be able to receive resources to support in those aspects. Yes, for Senator Muthama, yes, expansion of the treatment facilities is occurring in Kinanie and Machakos. Okay, that's the report. So I think those are the questions that have been raised. That one we are there because I was there. We started from the area of Mlolongo going down. So I was there, and we will continue assessing. So they give me reports routinely, and where they have challenges with the industries, then we go.
Senator Mudama, you know that is not how we conduct our business in this house. And Madam CS, don't respond to the members without my authority.
Thank you, Senator.
Otherwise, you'll be out of order yourself, even though you are on the other side.
That's fine.
Which questions have not been responded to? Senator, you know, she has addressed our deliver. Because your question and the question, Madama, is the same about our deliver pollution. She has addressed that. The issue is the sugar factories, the effluent being discharged to the rivers by the sugar factories, and the tea factories in Bomet and Kericho. Yours has been answered too. You didn't reason about the experts. She has addressed that matter. You know, your technical team should be able to assist you with the questions. registering questions so that you don't do to and fro. It's just that the river, Kakamega, Bomet, Kericho, the tea factories, and the sugar factories, the discharge of effluent into the rivers.
Yes, so all of them have been mapped, and I have talked to my technical team. Restoration orders have been given. So we'll be able to highlight those ones which are highly discharging effluent, and we will visit the sites. I can assure you I will visit them personally, but the team has been deployed to conduct assessment and support. They have given restoration orders. They have given them an implementation timeline. They will go back to review to ensure that they are adhering and the treated effluent is what is being discharged. If there are challenges, then now we will move to closure. So we have mapped out, and we'll be able to share that even in our dashboard on what we are doing in terms of monitoring, where we have visited. Yes, thank you.
I think, Madam CS, what members are asking, you know, from the, just have your seat, you know, from the headquarters, you cannot do much. You have NEMA county offices across the country. So I think there is nothing much they are doing to monitor what is happening in the counties. That is why members are talking about Kakamega, Bomet, Kericho, about Meru, about Bungoma, because now your team is not working well, and maybe you didn't need to coordinate your NEMA team better. Senator Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I've never seen parliamentary procedure where I would, as I'm making my contribution, give the CS information on a matter that is very sensitive to me and Madam Muma, and then ask my question, if you can allow me to do that. The information I wanted to give her is that if she was to go to the Kenya Sugar Board and look at the reports which have been written for the last 40 years on what was supposed to happen to Bagasse, Mr. Speaker, her Minister for Industry would be very happy, because Bagasse was meant from the sugar factories so that it can be consolidated and made into block boards. But when the sugar factory started, all the economic activities collapsed. So I would like to suggest to the Minister that she can actually check with our Ministry of Industry and look at the Kenya Sugar Board. They will tell her what Bagasse was meant to do. And that's why we have so much of it polluting, and yet it can be converted into block boards and timber materials which can be used for construction. My question, Mr. Speaker, is to ask the Minister that on several occasions as Senator of Kisii County, I have raised issues about trees being felled and being cut in Kisii, Homa Bay, South Nyanza, Uasin Gishu, and many other counties in this republic. I would like, Mr. Speaker, to ask her whether she's aware that there was an environmental assessment study which was done, and whether there was this information that was gathered that would make sure, because previously, Mr. Speaker, when trees were cut anywhere, whether you look at Kinungi, you go to Elgon, the trees were always cut, but there was always transplanting. But you see what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that all these areas, if you go to a place called Ringa, there's a place in Kisii called Mwata, the trees have been cut and there is no replanting of these trees. I don't know whether the Minister is aware what the implication of this would be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to appreciate the CS for the introspective responses. However, I would like to pose a question to the CS and her technical team if she has got any strategies of visiting Bungoma County and other counties to look into their CIDPs and climate action plans. Asking this with reference to Bungoma County to look at the River Nzoia pollution that has got very heavy pollution, industrial discharge, that makes its environs like Webuye being inhabitable, and even the water not good enough to be used for domestic purposes. Then the CS should also look into Bungoma town CBD sewage system, which to me is has a total rot, because when it has rained and there are floods, we tend to have some overflowing water with a lot of litter all over. There is a lot of stench, and also to visit and check on the dump sites and other municipal sites. For instance, we have a dump site in Bumula called the Lumoru dump site. So you need to look at that and look at the waste leaching into our rivers. Finally, I want you to look at the massive deforestation in Mount Elgon that has left a lot of springs, dams, rivers.
Senator Okwabubi, you
and
ask only one question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well guided.
I think you did for Bungoma.
Asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwaruma.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask my supplementary question. My question is on the regulation on trade of carbon credit. In 2023, we passed the Climate Change Amendment Bill of 2016, and the main objective was to regulate and have a revenue sharing basis for the proceeds of sale of carbon credit. You know, most of the carbon credit is sold in a word called Kasigau in Taita Taveta. Now, we left the basis to regulations. What I would be wanting to know from the CS is how far the regulations or the CS has gone into formulating the regulations to give a way or a basis for revenue sharing on proceeds of carbon credit trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the CS is with regards to pollution in Lake Victoria as a result of cagefish farming. Mr. Speaker, the ministry through NEMA is involved in licensing of cagefish farmers in Lake Victoria. NEMA issues an environmental and social impact assessment, does environmental and social impact assessments, does the site suitability reviews, does continuous monitoring, and does the EIA, environmental impact assessment. Despite that technical involvement of NEMA, Mr. Speaker, cagefish farming in Lake Victoria has contributed to an increase in pollution. It is visible, you can see it, you can smell it. Areas where some cages are, the lake is turning green. The lake is becoming a bit stinky. Mr. Speaker, despite the technical involvement of the ministry, you are still having conflict with local communities between the cagefish farmers and the indigenous communities. And Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, some lives were lost in Sindo. You are still having blockage of traditional fishing sites and trading routes, Mr. Speaker. Ngode, an island on Lake Victoria, there are some fishing sites that have been blocked as a result of cagefish farming. We are still having disruption of tourism facilities, where you find cages have been placed right opposite beautiful hotels, and yet the ministry was involved in site suitability assessment. Mr. Speaker, you are still having pollution, as I've said. Can the Cabinet Secretary commit to this House that she will bring a report or she will undertake an impact assessment on pollution in Lake Victoria and take proactive measures to ensure that cagefish farming does not become another environmental disaster and that we do not prioritize the economic benefits, the tariffs and licenses that they are collecting over our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to ask the Minister that in northern Kenya, especially in Garissa and part of Wajir, is hosting a very large number of refugees for many years. And there has been a lot of deforestation as it's taken place. And the organization responsible for refugees, the UNHCR, is not doing much of interventions. In the past, they used to have some cooking gases and these things. But of course, at the rate at which we are the trees are being cleared as a cooking energy, a source of energy, is actually causing a desertification in that area. I'm asking the minister whether there's any plan in those areas to do afforestation or at least look for as an alternative source of energy for the refugees, because the refugees are just increasing by number, and there's a lot of deforestation taking place. So, what is the plan from the ministry and UNHCR to stop any more cutting of trees in those areas? Thank you.
Senator Lecture Julius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Environment. She has teams in counties, which includes West Pokot. But for some reason, her NEMA team is compromised totally. Like there is mining going on in Laminyeusi in West Pokot and Kambikaraya and Takwel and many other places. Now her team does not effectively make sure that the washing of trucks do not take soil taken out of the mining area and clear it or clean it in the rivers. There is River Muruny is terribly polluted, and even Takwel is just terrible. So what can she do, or how can she effect or make her team in counties effective? Because they are just totally compromised. In fact, they are getting a lot of money exchange so that they are not doing their work effectively. Thank you.
Senator Seki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question also goes to the CS and request to know the mechanism the ministry is putting to mitigate the pollution of industrial pollution in Kajiado, where a number of industries have polluted the environment through the Namanga, the Kajiado, Nairobi Namanga Road. We have a number of industries, and they have polluted the environment to an extent where the environment, even the habitation of grass, trees have dried up. This matter we have mentioned, I've written to the ministry, and there is no outcomes on that area. And we have quite a number of problems within the area. The community is really they're having a big problem on that matter. There is a lot of problem. People are getting sick every other day. We have been having issues of cattle taking water through on water that has been contaminated by flower farms in Isinya River, where there is a small river that is seasonal within that area. We've been having cattle dying over that, and the community have made a lot of problems and even requests and recommendations that this industry must be taken into consideration. So I want to know what is the measures the ministry has taken, yet we have done a number of follow-ups, personally myself, as a senator, and we have there's no outcomes coming in. So we need to have an answer, and people of Kajiado need to have an answer towards that.
Senator Shakira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
My question to the minister is, one of her responsibilities as a ministry is public awareness. As we are all aware, there is a big project of refinery coming to Lamu. What measures has the ministry put in place to educate the public on the issues of environment and also to work with the county on the environmental impact and create awareness on the coming project so that people will support that project and learn about the project and get to know more about it, because we don't want to be caught unaware and we don't want the people to go against the project because they were not educated on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last but not the least, the chair handling the environment docket in the Senate, Senator Mwinyi Mohammed Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. First of all, I wanted to commend the CS for her attendance and the responses she has given. However, as members have suggested, there's still a lot to be done, Madam CS. And some of the issues that have been raised are quite substantive. I wanted to comment, Mr. Speaker, so I wanted to comment on the issue of conversion of the school kitchens to eco-friendly or energy, green energy kitchens. Mr. Speaker, sir, last week we had an engagement in a dialogue in Kisumu, and we were able to visit a school called Nyawara Girls High School in Game constituency of Siaya County. And they already converted their kitchen, although partly, and they are using green energy, that is electricity. Although they are yet to maybe install solar so that it becomes fully green. One of our resolutions, which we are pursuing with our colleagues in the climate forum, is that already there are some facilities which have been created. For instance, KCB has a facility charging an interest of 9%, I think, 9.8% for the schools that want to buy solar equipment to be able to solarize their kitchens. And again, we as the Climate Change Forum is also negotiating together with the Climate Fund, where we are going to get funding so that the school kitchens will be converted to energy, clean energy kitchens, so that all our schools in the country are able to do that. I think it will be done in collaboration with the NGCDF, together with the Kenya Rural Electrification and the donor funding. But this maybe will be going to the constituencies and will be done by the members of parliament, because they are more or less in control of the schools. However, our counties also need to tap in on this Nobel project, so that we are able to do this throughout the country. Number two, on my question, Honorable Speaker, the issue of now we have seen upscaling of EVs, electric vehicles, which use lithium batteries. From electric vehicles, we also have tuk-tuks, which are using electricity. We also have motorbikes that are also using electricity. The issue is the disposal of the lithium batteries. We know these are much more lethal than the lead batteries that have also caused a lot of damage. And I appreciate Senator Esi inquiring about the compensation of the people of Owino Uhuru in Mombasa County, who are affected by the pollution of lead batteries in their vicinity. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the CS could tell us what efforts are being made to ensure that the disposal of these lithium batteries will not be harmful to the environment? Thank you.
Okay. And you can give response to those questions, and then we conclude your submissions.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I think Senator Onyonka said clearly about the biogas is a resource for energy, indeed, and factories are sustainably using biogas for making briquettes, but also what we talked about, the blocks, block boards, etc., as well as organic fertilizers. So I wanted to highlight about the 15 billion tree growing, and we are happy to even share more as a ministry on what we are doing. You'll take note about our key achievements in the 15 billion. Kenya is going green. Kenya is going green. And this is not just by counting the number of trees, because we know people can cook that. Just look at your satellite images. When you look at other countries, our neighbors, Africa, Kenya is indeed going green, and we are one of the top countries when it comes to restoration. So a lot is ongoing in terms of tree growing, and that is first because of your support. We had the Forest Conservation Management Act, which is now law, and one of the concerns that was addressed is cutting, ensuring that when you cut a tree, then replanting takes place. But far beyond that, we are having interventions to ensure that we are meeting our 15 billion target, or 1.5 billion in a year. This shows that in the previous administration, what the previous administration was able to do in 5 years, we have surpassed and done that 3 times. We have done that 3 times in the last 3 years, you see? So every year, we are doing what the last administration had done in 5 years. So we continue with restoration, and we continue working together with the Kenya Forest Service to ensure that we are restoring, but also a whole of government approach. The next question was regarding Bungoma and the climate action plans, as well as the issues of waste management. A highlight to this is that waste management is devolved, which again poses a challenge in terms of ensuring that the ministry exhaustively meets. So what we do is we have an intergovernmental framework. We support the county government, and we really need your oversight to ensure that we are managing the waste well. But as has been said clearly, we have the regulations in place to support us in those aspects, and we have taken note of that, and we will be sending a team to go and conduct assessment and see how to enforce in Bungoma. So for Mount Elgon, yes, we take note of the deforestation that has occurred, and definitely we are working on that. We'll be launching one of the plans on restoration of Mount Elgon, because it is not only a transboundary ecosystem. It's rich in biodiversity, the monkeys, like the colobus monkey, the elephants. It is a water tower. It is a transboundary, and it has a peace-building initiative attached to it. And far beyond that, we need to restore it. So those discussions are ongoing within the ministry. We've been able to identify one of the patrons who comes from that community in the public office, and they will be supporting us to ensure that we are restoring, and that is one of the sites that we will be restoring during the Mazingira Day. Key activities being aerial seeding, manual planting with the community, and also seeing the issue of fencing, but accessibility of the community into once in a while into the forest, so that they can also have beekeeping among other activities, and they can also now improve their livelihoods. So we take note, and it is indeed in our radar to ensure that we are restoring. So the issue on carbon credits, we are happy to report that A lot of regulations have been passed, the recent one being the carbon markets regulation. The only one remaining is the non-markets. I just signed guidelines to support the community, improve public awareness and community awareness. And a lot will be ongoing. Partners have reached out even to support us, and as a ministry, we'll ensure we have resources to support this. Some of the projects that will be coming in, like the green zone, which we hope will be passed, will be looking at capacitating communities to understand carbon markets. This is because they're entitled to 40% of that money. And if they don't know, someone else will take advantage. So a lot of public awareness is coming. What we wanted to do is to ensure we have the regulations, then we move to the next point. And so the projects are on through the DNA. We've had multiple projects, and we are encouraging community engagement, and the communities benefit from carbon markets. So for Lake Victoria, Senator Kajwang, we take note. We will bring the report on the EIA on pollution in Lake Victoria and have proactive measures. We have really been looking at how we can support even through the various agencies like Lake Victoria Basin, among others. As a ministry, we have been able to receive some resources which we will be able to support. And it's one of the projects that is in the radar because Lake Victoria is really a key ecosystem, a transboundary ecosystem, and also a source of livelihoods for many within the region. So we can assure you we'll have the report ready, and we also are allocating resources to support in its restoration. The other question was this was a wonderful question, Senator Abbas, on what we are doing in the ASAL region. I'm happy to report that we have been able to receive some resources from World Bank. It's called the KWASIP project. And the ASAL region will really benefit from this. So we are looking at restoration, we are looking at improving livelihoods, and also other environmental conservation initiatives. So you will see us a lot, and I hope you'll be there also present to support us, even as we restore the ASAL regions in Kenya. For electric vehicles, yes, Senator Faki, lithium is indeed a toxic substance that is not good for our people and not good for our environment. And we are happy to report from the EPR, when you look at the EPR, hazardous waste has been looked into. We are working with the PROs, and we said for hazardous waste, it will be for any waste picker who identifies the hazardous waste, they'll be paid 20 shillings per kilogram. So we are encouraging and incentivizing waste pickers and Kenyans to bring these hazardous waste like the lithium products, and then we can manage within the community. So we'll create awareness and use the EPR, but also we have the regulations definitely, including the chemicals regulation. Also the safe disposal has been addressed within the guidelines of the ministry. Yes, and the question on public participation, yes, we have adequately engaged on public participation, and thank you so much for highlighting what has been done in the clean cooking space. However, we still request for more time to consolidate everything because it's a multi-agency implementation strategy led by the Ministry of Energy. So I think we have been able to answer all the questions, and for Kajiado, we have also mapped out, and we will send people there to address those issues and enforce in terms of ensuring our environment is safe. The refinery, yes, we take note of that, and we'll be working. You know, the lead ministry is the Ministry of Energy, but NEMA will work with them to ensure that we are creating public awareness. Definitely EIA must be done, and also ensure that implementation is seamless, even as we look at a safe, healthy, and clean environment, so that our people are not affected. Thank you.
So that was the head of the session with the CS. Thank you, Madam CS, for creating time to appear before the Senate. The commitments that you have made, make sure that you furnish the Office of the Clerk with the information that you have committed to do. So thank you very much, and continue. You see, environment as a challenge, so continue. The issue is the inspections and how you are able to make sure that whatever is happening is monitored in the industry, and also, you know, the counties, how also you work with the counties, especially in solid waste management. You, the national government, will come up with clear policies, because the whole country is polluted. There is no county which is clean. Even though this is a devolved function, how can the national government intervene to ensure that there is no pollution in the counties? So thank you very much. I hope you have captured all the issues that members have raised. Okay. So clerk, next order.
Order number 8, motion, mainstreaming of a framework for clean cooking in Kenya.
Senator Minda Kibwana has requested that this business be rescheduled to another day. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, provision of the IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate.
Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti, are you ready to move your motion? Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move a motion on the provision of IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate. That, aware that Article 96 of the Constitution provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect their interests, determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217, and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. Further, aware that in the case of Senate versus Council of Governors and 6 others, that is petition number 24 and 27 of 2019, consolidated 2022 brackets KESC 57 KLR, the Supreme Court affirmed that the Senate's oversight authority extends to both nationally allocated and locally generated revenue. Concerned that senators are constrained by lack of access to real-time data from the IFMIS system for the respective counties they represent, thus affecting effective oversight of county governments. Further concerned that, in some instances, data and information presented to the Senate by the Auditor General and the Control of Budget are received and considered late as a result of the backlog, resulting into too much information not getting properly reviewed by the senators. Noting that, as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for and inflated costs of projects. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall on a monthly basis forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports for each county government for onward transmission to the respective senator for information on accountability and transparency in order to strengthen their constitutional oversight and promote good governance in the management of public finances. Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion is intended to cure a very, very important problem on the ground, whereby you have a budget that is passed by the county assembly, signed into law by the governor, and then implemented by the governor. And then at that point, everybody goes blind. Only the governor and these people know what is happening. Payments are effected, contracts are done, payments are made, but you don't know what has been paid for. Nobody knows what has been paid for. If you go to the control of budget tells you they do not even have read-only access to the IFMIS payments. The IFMIS payments have become extremely opaque, and a lot of mischief then takes place, Mr. Speaker. You have got the questions of procurements being voided, and procurements which have not been approved through the system being carried out and paid for, and the genuine procurements remain unpaid, and they graduate what we are being called pending bills. Ideally, Mr. Speaker, a senator of a county, representing a county, should be able to look at the financial transactions of that county in almost real time to know which projects are being paid for. And once you know that a project A has been paid for, you can go ahead and look out in the budget and say, okay, what's the status of this? Does the status of the project on the ground? Is it commensurate with what is being paid for? Without that, Mr. Speaker, you end up encountering projects being done. You don't know at what level they are. You don't know what certificates have been issued. You don't know whether they have been paid for or not. You don't know whether they have stalled. And the county then just is at the mercy of the governor and his people. So this motion is intended to remove that opaqueness and give the Senate, through the Senate, individual senators of individual counties, from where they come from, to have a possibility or the capacity to see what the county governor and this administration have paid for. After the procurement is done, then you can hold a budget in one hand and hold the IFMIS reports in the other hand and compare and know what is happening. Otherwise, we are totally constrained, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the ground and you do not have a starting point. You get people complaining, you have no starting point. The county assemblies have already passed the budget. The governor is implementing the budget in a manner that is not transparent. And you who is supposed to do the oversight are left there guessing what might have happened. These documents, Mr. Speaker, should be available. They don't qualify. The IFMIS does not qualify for the documents which are not supposed to be disclosed under the Access to Information Act. The Access to Information Act clearly has a category of the kind of information that should not be disclosed. It does not go to the point whereby the IFMIS payments which have been paid out are kept secret. And yet we live in a world whereby when you go to the Public Finance Management Act, it requires that all contracts be published. So the contract, you are doing a contract in a village, you are building a road. Let us know at what stage the road is that has been paid for this road. Let us know what is being paid for. And that way, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to understand the extent to which the budget is being implemented, and we'll also be able to question these things called pending bills. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do that, we are going to end up in a situation whereby we fight here, we send money to the counties, and then we don't know how the money is being utilized. We have a responsibility to follow that money, to look at how it is being used, and not to do it in a manner that you are depending on hearsay, that somebody is telling you, do you know this has happened, do you know that has happened? Then you end up sometimes not being able to perform effectively, but we shall be able to do a scientific oversight of the governors. We'll be able to say, this item has been paid for. Where on the ground is it? This item was budgeted for so much. How come it has been split and paid several times? This procurement was approved. Why was it voided in the system? And if it was voided, where is the money? If senators can have that capacity to have these reports in the manner requested in the motion, we'll be able to check the utilization of funds in the counties. Otherwise, we are left running around not knowing what has happened. Even if you go to a project, Mr. Speaker, on the ground, and you find that the project has not been completed, you have got no capacity to tell whether that project has been paid for or not, what the problem is. But if we had access to the IFMIS records, the vote books and what have you, it will be very easy for us to get there and say that this particular item has been paid for, but has not been delivered. So the importance of having access to the payments that have been made by the county government to third parties is extremely important. It cannot be overstated. It speaks for itself, and especially for us who have got the obligation at the end of the day to tell the electorate, those who elected us, what the governor is doing in the county. This one is a motion that we should make sure is passed, and you make sure the motion is passed, and once it is passed, then we shall have the eyes. We shall be able to mulika mwizi, as they say in Swahili, to mulika mwizi. That mulika mwizi solution is the only thing that is going to save our counties from expenditure that is not explained, from theft of public funds, from procurement, from financing projects that have not been approved in the budget, and that will help us arrest the waste and abuse of public resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I really plead and pray that the members of this House consider this motion, approve it, and we pursue its implementation to ensure that oversight of county governments is done in a scientific manner, in a measurable manner, in a manner that we are able to.
Senator Mtata.
So, as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry, I just wanted to assist my brother wanted to look at the motion. I think we don't have enough copies going around, so I'm sorry.
You remember, Senator Mtata, that we've gone digital, and the order paper as well as the motion is actually in the order paper.
Yeah, that we need a retreat maybe to learn how to use this system. You know, I used the old system, which was iPads. These people took us back to the beginning of computing.
You conclude.
So it became a problem.
Your counterpart already has the...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the guidance. So I plead with the House that we pass this motion so that we can be able to mulika mwizi on the ground, so that any money leaving the county treasury is known to the senator from that county in real time. And if there's any mischief being played, the senator can intervene and stop it. Otherwise, we are being treated like whatever you call those doctors who pathologists who look at the dead bodies. Senators were never intended to come after the event and flail our hands and say, oh my God, this happened like this. We should be able to intervene in real time and check the governors. But we cannot do that when our eyes are closed. We must do that with the capacity to look at the IFMIS and say, this amount of money moved to this person the other day. What was being paid for? What has been done in the county? That way our people will benefit, the Senate will become effective, and the individual senators will not be held to unnecessary questions when they go to the ground and they also look lost. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I move the motion. Thank you. And I ask Senator Onyonka to second me. To second the motion, rather.
Senator Onyonga, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, I would not have stood here to second a motion that has been brought by one of the most incredible human beings I've ever met, known as Mr. Okia Omtata, who has made some of us become accountants. Mr. Speaker, legal accountants. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion because we and many other individuals in this plenary have always said there are some gaps, there is something wrong with our software. The software we keep talking about, Mr. Speaker, is not for a mobile phone or software which is meant to be for a computer. It is the fact that if we do not have the software that is going to run our financials in such a manner that we have prudence, we have real-time explanation of how money is moving from one department to the other, how money is being paid to contractors, how money is being released to different government departments and county government departments. Then, Mr. Speaker, the truth is, all we ever do is whitewash the Auditor General's reports after the effect, after the money has been squandered, after the money has been transferred. And what we've been saying, Mr. Speaker, in this House is that we need prudence in the financial management services for our people, whether it's at the national government, whether it's at the county government, Mr. Speaker, we are not behaving responsibly. And therefore, I second this motion because I want my colleagues in this House to agree with us, and we persuade them that there are certain things we can do, and we cannot blame government all the time. And yet, Mr. Speaker, in reality, we have the capacity to change some things in this House. And that is why, according to me and many of the senators who are of good faith, this is not a political issue. It is not controversial. It's about our job is basically to oversight resources that are released as shareable revenue from the national government to the county governments. And yet, we are not having the capacity to oversight, to audit, or even to actually question some of the transactions which are going on in our county governments. Whether these transactions are pre-budget, whether it is post-budget, whether it is pre-procurement, everything looks like the whole system is actually leaking. And Mr. Speaker, I therefore would like to say I second this motion and I plead with my colleagues in this House that this is a low-lying fruit. We can actually squeeze the valves which are letting our funds to be misappropriated by unscrupulous people. Some governors are doing excellent work, but some of them are really doing shoddy work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my elder brother, Okia Omtata, for an excellent motion. Thank you, sir.
Now, honorable senators, I proceed to propose the question that aware that Article 96 of the Constitution provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect their interests, determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217 and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to county governments. Further, aware that in the case of Senate versus the Council of Governors and 6 others, petition number 24 and 27 of 2019 consolidated in 2022 KESC 57 KLR, the Supreme Court affirmed that the Senate's oversight authority extends to both nationally allocated and locally generated revenue. Concern that senators are constrained by lack of access to real-time data from the IFMIS system for the respective counties they represent, thus affecting effective oversight of county governments. Further, concerned that in some instances, data and information presented to the Senate by the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget are received and considered late as a result of the backlog, resulting into much information not getting properly reviewed by senators, noting that as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for, and inflated cost of projects. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall on a monthly basis forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports for each county government for onward transmission to the respective senator for information on accountability and transparency in order to strengthen their constitutional oversight and promote good governance in the management of public finances. Honorable Senators, the motion is now available for your contributions, and I will invite Senator Monteti, is not in the House, Senator Manzo, to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, this had first come in as a request for statement, and I'm happy now it's become a motion. And the way this motion is framed is definitive. It's not like how motions are framed in Parliament. Previously, Mr. Speaker, motions used to be, drafted to say, we urge, the CS in case of Treasury. But this one is mandatory. That now that the CS of Treasury is using IFMIS in the procurement and in the transactions for every county, then it is easy if this information is forwarded to the clerk of the Senate, and eventually the clerk now forwards each individual county's operations and transactions on IFMIS and on record to respective senator. Mr. Speaker, when we do oversight, a lot of Kenyans are not aware of exactly what senators do. Mr. Speaker, we do our oversight on audited accounts, and when we invite a governor to come to the Senate, the auditor general is present, the one who audited that particular county in the regions, and also the counties have internal auditors. And then, most important, the controller of budget is there. Recently, I saw the controller of budget saying what counties have done low absorption of resources, but did not show up in the Senate to come and explain these utterances in the press, which sometimes give the wrong impression to the communities and to the counties we represent. And I'm looking forward to when the controller of budget is in the House, that she can explain this low absorption of funds and why. Because a lot of times the government announces that monies to the counties have been released. And then it takes another 3-4 months. And the financial cycle is within a year. So by the time procurement is done, you find that money is in that county. have not yet been observed. We want monies in counties to be absorbed 100%. We don't want any coin to remain with the central bank or to remain unused, because the counties need roads. The roads are in pathetic situations. Counties need water supply. Counties need environmental management. Counties need medication in the hospitals. Counties need medical equipments like scanners, operational, because every other time you have a phone call from a resident of the county say that we have gone to the level 5 hospital, the scanners are not working, and have been sent to a private enterprise whereby I need 20,000 for treatment. And you see, as an individual senator, you are forced to assist this particular person. While these machines, which most of them are managed by the national government, and I like the way this motion is drafted, that we oversight the national government and the county government funds, and more important, one national government is doing a county function, Mr. Speaker. We know that the national government has refused with a lot of health functions at the national level, the procurement of those equipments, which should be monies devolved. We are aware that the monies for agriculture are not fully devolved. There are so many other activities hanging at the national level which should have gone to the counties, and we will be oversighting from there and making sure the counties are working. We are aware that the sector of environment, of which the minister has just left this place, a lot has to be done at the county levels that it has not done. Similarly with water, even markets, they are being done. The work for the markets belongs to the counties. But individual members of National Assembly are the ones running with this project in the counties and abandoning the governor. I remember an incident in Kiambu when one of these markets was being launched and there was a fight and a young man was killed because the argument was who should be doing the markets. The markets should be done by the counties. They are the ones who manage them. Similarly with many other projects. And therefore, it is important for every single transaction which takes place at the county level that the same information within that month be relayed to the respective senator to oversight and to check what has been done. And when we go on ground to be able to counter-check that the same projects have been done. Otherwise, we don't want to fall into a trap whereby for those governors, and quite a number of governors have trouble accounting for what has been sent to them. And quite a number of other governors have appeared before the Senate and have accounted for every coin. And they have answered questions and they've been sent back and they have come back to come and account and to the satisfaction of everyone. And while we sit in that committee, Mr. Speaker, I said the controller of budget is there, the auditor general is there, and more important, EACC. So that if EACC picks a certain thing going wrong in a certain county, they can be able to investigate and go forward. But I don't think that is sufficient. Even when those three sit there with us to help us oversight, there is a lot of compromising and compromises going on. You find that an investigation is never concluded, like the one of Kathwana, the headquarters of the Tharaka-Nithi County. Has been delayed by investigations from EACC, which never complete. And therefore, the moment we've got the IFMIS transactions with us, then it is easier now, even to follow up with EACC, to follow up with the governor, to follow up with the county, and make sure that there is effective oversight to the county. A lot of citizens have misunderstood us to mean that Mr. Speaker, that we go and do the primary oversight, which is the work of a county assembly member. It is wrong, really. Oversight is not going and abusing the governor in a public rally. I cannot go to vet a CEC in the county, and I should not be expected to do that. That's the work of the local assembly, and the county assembly should be able to do that. And many other things they should be able to ask and question the county government. They have powers to summon the CECs. And we have handled several impeachment motions here. If a governor is not performing and has breached the constitution and has done a few things the county assemblies are not happy with, they impeach, and then they bring to this chamber to confirm whether the impeachment was properly done or not. And if so, we go on, try the governor, and render a verdict. So, Mr. Speaker, while supporting this motion, I think it is important we need to come out strong, guns blazing in oversight, so that the counties we represent know that we have fully done our job and we have fully accomplished and made sure that everything has been done in accordance with the law and the Constitution. And that's why this motion is important. So that, Mr. Speaker, for every month, I should be able to go to the clerk, or the clerk should be able to forward to my office, and I can monitor and assess every single transaction the county government has conducted and what it was for and whether that particular job was properly done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish also to contribute on this motion. Actually, this is a very, very important motion. As we enter the first phase of since devolution started, there has been a lot of problems in the counties in terms of financial management. And as the House that has honors to oversight the counties, we were unable to track county financial management and county use of resources as a result of, opaqueness in the whole process. Most of the counties don't even cooperate with the senators to at least know what is taking place in that county. According to the IFMIS, or the Integrated Financial Management Systems, actually this is a very, very important system that needs to be tracking whatever financial management issues are taking place in the government, both the national government and the county government. Honorable Speaker, we have something called in the counties, if you look at the article, I think the 201 of the 2012, the project management, the BVM, the project, public finance management. There is something called Project Management Committee. This committee actually is supposed to be formed by every county. That this committee is actually has a responsibility to be involved in all plannings and commitments that are made, and they have a responsibility to see what kind of project is done within the counties. This actually engages the public, representatives, women, youth, leaders like the senators are supposed to be members of these committees. Of this committee of the project management. But however, the counties have avoided forming these project management committees in their respective counties. Specifically, the Senate is supposed to be actually a member of this committee. And that is the only way, by forming these committees, the BMC, that the senator can be able to track and know how much money has been sent in the county and what kind of project has been done. And I think beside of having the IFMIS report, I think this House must compel that all counties must form the project management committees so that at least we can be able to monitor. Senators can be able to engage themselves and involve themselves in activities taking place in the counties. With this kind of avoiding the senators by participating in whatever is doing and whatever is going in the counties, I think it will not be right for us to be the oversight, to have the oversight responsibility. But of course, we are not able to access all transactions that has taken place in the counties, projects that have been implemented. Honorable Speaker, if you go to the counties, there are so many stalled projects so many. And that money, most of the money has been paid for it. And some of the money has not been paid. And what happened is actually every governor comes in, starts his own project or her projects. Most of the previous government's projects are stalled and it's never completed. I think this is actually very unfair. We are duplicating projects, we are using money, and most of the projects have been left stalled. And a huge amount of money is actually lost through obsolete structures that are not paid for. And this is the same government. The Republic of Kenya, the respective ministries, the respective counties, the money comes from a taxpayer. It is not the owners of the governor not to complete the project that has been started by another governor. But government is actually a continuing institution that a president comes and leaves the office, another comes, but the project still remains for the Kenyan people and for the taxpayer money. This has been paid for. And therefore, what you have now, there are many projects that have not been paid. So, but with the help of if we could have the project management committees in the counties that are functional, then we could avoid this kind of business. Honourable Speaker, I think I agree with the sponsor of the motion that we need to have a copy or reports of the finances that are taking place. We have the PAC committee and PIC. But of course, when you see what this committee is handling, it's actually most of the times history. That work that has been done or the finance committed into 3 years, 4 years ago. There's no up-to-date financial responsibilities being taken by the counties because we postpone the audit reports. You see, if now when we're having the CARA and the DORA, all that is based is actually on the 2021-22 financial, audit report of from the auditor control of auditors, the office of the auditor. So, if we have the information reports from the COB or from Treasury, this House will be able to manage that money that is being used, and we can be able to stop abuse of money and install projects and these kind of businesses. Honourable Speaker, we need to have the information report as requested by the sponsor of this motion, and we need to form the project management committees so that the senators and the public representatives, including youth and women, that we can be able to know what kind of project has been done, where it has been done, how much money has been spent, and therefore we'll be able to at least hold responsible the various governors who believe that the county is their private businesses. And therefore, with those few remarks, I beg to support the motion.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for an opportunity to contribute to this motion. And I would like to congratulate Senator Omtata for bringing this issue. I think oversight is best done when everything is laid bare into the detail in order for us to be able to see what's happening. And as I support, I'm rising to just request that the motion be passed with an amendment for this reason. Senator Omtata, Honourable Chair, is known for bringing public interest litigation to align everything with the Constitution. But the last paragraph of his motion, in my view, focuses on the individual senator. In fact, he uses the word senator, and it may be interpreted that the Senate is made of 47 elected senators. As you are all aware, the oversight role of the Senate is provided for in Article 96. It's a collective role, and read together with Article 98, the oversight is to the Senate. So to request that the CS will be forwarding these reports to the individual senator, in my view, is a failure to recognize how the oversight role is done within the Senate. So I would request, Honorable Chair, that as the motion is passed, which it should, we should not allow it to pass with that tweak that is unconstitutional. The Senate oversight teams is largely currently done by the committees. So this information should be transmitted to the clerk for use by the Senate, not by a senator. So I would humbly request that we ensure that the motion complies with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Catherine Muma. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to rise to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall, on monthly basis, forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports.
Senator Mungatana, just hold. Senator Joyce, I can see you are complaining. I can't see your request on the gadget here. Could the clerk help you so that you log in? Because I know you have been here and you've just taken that note. So I will allow you once Senator Mungatana speaks, once your gadget is set. Proceed, Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying I support that the IFMIS transactions and reports for each county should be made available to the senator for purposes of enhancing the oversight roles. Mr. Speaker, this is not a very difficult request that the Treasury is being called upon to do for the Senate. Why I say so, Mr. Speaker, is that already as a senator of Tana River County, I receive exchequer releases from the Treasury. Somebody always sends me that information so that you are up to date on what is being released by the Treasury. So my first point is, this is a matter of simply complying with a request from the Senate. You look for the figures, you compile them, and you transmit them. The National Treasury is already doing that when it releases exchequer reports in terms of the spendings that are being sent all over the country. So I would first of all want to urge that the Treasury should straight away comply once we pass this. There's nothing difficult about doing this. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion because it enhances the overall function of accountability that must be borne by the governors of this Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, right now we are limited in terms of acting in real time. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with audit reports. The Auditor General brings the reports to the Senate, and we start examining those reports after the act has happened. Mr. Speaker, this means we are morticians. We are doing post-mortem analysis of how the funds have been misused or used by the governors of the 47 counties. So, Mr. Speaker, the good thing about this motion is that it is bringing real-time information to the senators so that, Mr. Speaker, you are able to know that if IFMIS is releasing this kind of money, there's this transaction that has happened, then we are able to trace and we are able to make the necessary political influence on those transactions. And even, Mr. Speaker, we are able in real time to raise the issues so that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to prevent the happening of corruption. We don't have to wait, Mr. Speaker, for the corruption to happen. Then we come to do a postmortem in the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a beautiful development of management of our funds. Why I say so, Mr. Speaker, is because in the past, in 2003, Mr. Speaker, we passed the national, we used to call it the CDF Act in those days. And the CDF Act, Mr. Speaker, did not have rules, did not have regulations. It had absolutely, it was a free kind of money that was put on the table. And many members of parliament misused it. And Mr. Speaker, I remember that members of parliament at that time, they would be the chair of the CDF itself. I remember one particular member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, who was the chair. He appointed his wife as the treasurer, his son as the secretary of CDF, and told them to sign their part for the withdrawal. So whenever he needed money for use, for whatever, he would just put his signature as is the last signature, and money is withdrawn, and you can imagine the amount of misuse that was there. Mr. Speaker, I even remember one particular member of parliament who used to use the CDF as his personal kitty for Harambes. And I know that that parliamentarian was followed even into court, and he served a short stint. Mr. Speaker, the national CDF at that time, after 10 years, in 2013, it was amended to make it better in terms of management of funds. Mr. Speaker, after the new constitution, it was again amended following a court decision to make it now the National Government Constituency Development Fund. So the point I'm putting is that even the CDF, it has had its progression towards superior management of public funds. It has had its process. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying with this improvement in the IFMI system, we are saying where it is, it's not good enough. It's not a good tool for us to use to track the information of the transactions that are being done at the county level. So what we are saying is that with this motion, it will convert the Senate from merely dealing with audited reports, some of which are old, from being morticians to dealing with things that are real-time, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge colleagues who are listening to me and those who are listening online that this is a motion that we should pass early, as soon as possible. As soon as the debates are over, we should be able to pass this motion without delay. Mr. Speaker, real-time management, real-time overseeing of transactions gives us the advantage of saving, gives us the advantage of prevention. And the Englishman some time ago wrote and said the prevention is better than cure. And Mr. Speaker, I remember in particular in Tana River County, there was a planned trip to go to Canada, Mr. Speaker, by the governor and some fellows in the county to go and learn about governance, Mr. Speaker. And you're talking about a governor who has been a member of parliament, who is a retired major in the army. So there's nothing that they were going to learn. And Mr. Speaker, where were they going? They were going to some small county in Canada, to learn about governance for 2 weeks. When you cost that together with the people who are going to accompany, the county was going to spend about 12 million shillings in one trip, Mr. Speaker. And so, because of the communications that were there, the office of the senator took it up. And Mr. Speaker, we pushed with Canadian embassy. We even wrote to that county there and told them this is wastage, that the county has been misusing funds and there is nothing they were going to learn. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that trip never happened. Why? Because there was real-time checking on what the monies of the people of Tana River was going to be utilized for. So, Mr. Speaker, if the IFMIS reports, the IFMIS transactions are going to be real-time, every month we are going to see what is happening, then if there is fraud that is ongoing, especially ongoing fraud, we will be able to take the necessary steps to stop and be able to do prevention, which is better than curing. So, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to urge that we support this motion, and I support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. I will now allow Senator Joyce Korir to make her contributions. Clerk, give Senator Joyce the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think my catchet has some problems, but I thank the table clerks for managing it. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank Senator Omutata for this wonderful motion that is before the House. And maybe before I do that, Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to welcome the members back from recess and interaction with the members of the public to the business of this House. Honorable Speaker, in a special way, allow me to also contribute to this motion, a motion that is so direct, which I don't want to believe there is anybody who is going to go against this motion, because the issues of IFMIS, the Integrated Financial Management Information System, is a system that was developed to be able to assist the Kenyans, the national government, the county government, and other sectors in terms of assisting the public in management of the resources of this country. Honorable Speaker, a number of speakers have spoken, and I want to say this, that indeed, Honorable Speaker, it's so hard for this House to do the oversight role without the real-time reports, which will enable them to do the right decision, Honorable Speaker. A number of times we've been talking about the pending bills across the country, either within the national government or within the county governments. Not only that, Honorable Speaker, we've been talking about the white elephants projects in our villages, which huge amount of public funds or resources have been put, but the projects are still hanging, Honorable Speaker, and we cannot tell the amount that was allocated, neither the monies that have been paid for the said projects, Honorable Speaker. The only time that this House will be able to do their oversight role in a better manner is through the production or giving them the IFMIS so that they can access information on real time and be able to make the decision, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to a procurement, This is one of the things that has really given us a lot of headache, because as we speak now, there is no single county that has no pending bills. There is no single county that can give us a proper report on procurement, not only the counties, but even within the national government. Honorable Speaker, the role of this House is the oversight. If they are going to be equipped with these IFMIS, Honorable Speaker, they will be able to do their role diligently, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know the county assemblies try as much as possible to do their budgeting. The national parliament does their budgeting. But we don't have a track to make sure that the itemized budget that has been done is done accordingly, Honorable Speaker, and with the help of the instruments, the statutory instruments that we have, Honorable Speaker. These things, Honorable Speaker, have been specified fully within the PFM Act and other statutory instruments, which can enable us to really make sure that we are able to do our legislation and be able to do the oversight role which is envisaged in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to say that the only thing that I want to request this House is to move with speed and make sure that once this motion is approved, we make sure that it's implemented to the letter. And this, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe is going to sort out a number of problems that we have in Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of monies in this country, either within the national government or within the county government. Honorable Speaker, a number of projects are being run, but I can speak authoritatively, Honorable Speaker, that a number of us doesn't have the facts of how much those projects are costing and whether they have been paid or not. There is a lot of fraud that is going on, Honorable Speaker, where at some point you find a lot of things that are happening within the county governments and even with the national government. You find a contractor has been paid, and because of technology, Honorable Speaker, they go to an extent of removing it from the system and re-entering it again, just to be used as a cash cow, Honorable Speaker. These are some of the problems that can be weeded out once the money has been paid and the members are notified on time. Because for this House to act, or for the committees, the various committees that we have in this House to act, they always rely on the auditor's report, which takes a whole year. You are correcting it for the next financial year. It is a total mess. But if we would have been correcting these issues instantly, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that this nation will move forward. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that I would urge the members of this House to move with speed in terms of making sure that they pass this motion. And also, I want to agree with Senator Muma on the correction part that the House of the Senate has 67 senators. So it's our collective responsibility as a House to make sure that the oversight role that is the major role we are supposed to play is done by the 67 senators. So I just want to say that I support and I urge members, I urge the relevant office to make sure that this is implemented immediately. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the Senator for Busia, Senator Okia Omutata, for bringing this very, very progressive motion, Mr. Speaker. A motion that will, in a very great way, assist the senators in undertaking their oversight responsibilities within our respective counties. And Mr. Speaker, you must acknowledge that the people of Busia did this senator a very big favor by electing Senator Umtata, a man who has created an excellent record in litigating in our courts public interest cases, including the case that he has cited in this motion, Senate versus Council of Governors, petition number 24 and 27 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, looking at this motion, the main intention is to ensure that we extend the ambit of transparency and accountability on the use of public resources so that our governors can operate a system that is accessible to Kenyans and one that they have no fear if a third party is also going through to ensure that they are acting in compliance, in compliance with the Constitution and all financial regulation and laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this House, the kind of collaboration that exists in the House of Commons between the House of Commons and the Office of Comptroller Auditor General in the House of Commons. The two, Mr. Speaker, work hand in hand. Because the intention, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that public resources are used for their intended purposes. These two offices should work hand in hand. And now that these are now open, Mr. Speaker, remember that this Third Senate of the Republic of Kenya has now empowered senators with a fund, a small fund that helps senators undertake their oversight role. Mr. Speaker, the two should work hand in hand with the Office of the Auditor General. You have staff, Mr. Speaker, that work in your county office, Senator Vice Chair, Senator Joyce. We know that as the PSC we have supported the nominated senators with a few staff also. Mr. Speaker, these officers should work together with the Office of Auditor General and the Office of the Controller of Budget so that we are able to monitor how requisitions are made and payments are made by county governments, Mr. Speaker. In the UK, Mr. Speaker, they even do value for money reports because it's not about payments. We want to see that when you issue a tender and you're undertaking a project, there should be value for money, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what happens in other counties, but I've tried to follow. For example, budgetary allocations for water projects in my county of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, every project I've visited, the only thing that the governor does is to drill a borehole. Once he has drilled the borehole, and he sets, for those ones who are lucky, he sets a kiosk, water kiosk, in that particular borehole. That is the end. If you were to talk about value for money, Mr. Speaker, once you drill a borehole, you should connect water to homes. Civilization demands, Mr. Speaker, that we supply water to our women. When I go to Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to see my women going to collect water from a borehole that is 1.2 kilometers from their houses, Mr. Speaker. I want to see my women in Nyamira donning a hairstyle like Senator Joyce. I don't want to see them carrying water buckets on their heads or like Senator Wakabubi here. We want our women to also make nice hairstyles and they draw water piped water from their homes, Mr. Speaker. That's when I'll truly say that devolution has reached our counties, Mr. Speaker. People who reside in the cities, they don't go looking for water from boreholes, wherever that is. They draw water from pipes in their homes. And that's my dream as a senator of Nyamira, that when we work so hard to send money to our counties, women should draw water, piped water from their homes. That's the only time, Mr. Speaker, we will say that truly now we are seeing fruits of devolution. Mr. Speaker, if you go through audit reports
year in, year out. You will see the auditor making disclosures that some counties are making expenditure that is unsupported. Okay? You will see many pages drawing the attention of this House to irregular procurements in our counties. You will see reports by counties that have overemployed above 35%. I don't know what is the percentage in Tana River. In Nyamira, we have hit 67% of the revenue that we send to counties goes to salaries. Mr. Speaker, we did a special audit in Nyamira, and you find somebody is employed in TSC, but still being paid salary by the county government of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. Chief officers, if you read that audit report, cannot account for staff in their respective departments. Yet, money that goes to county is supposed to take services closer to the people. We want to see excellent ECD classrooms in our counties. We want governors to stop this mentality that when you talk about county roads, it is just maraming roads. We want them to start tarmacking our roads. Because our Vision 30, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that a Maram road is 1.5 kilometers from the homes of Kenyans. That's our Vision 2030. If, Mr. Speaker, every financial year we send monies to our counties, and all they can do is to Maram roads, when will this country achieve our goal on attaining a certain number of roads of kilometers that are tarmac, Mr. Speaker? So I support this motion because it will put governors on the spot on how they are utilizing the resources that are sent to their respective counties, Mr. Speaker. And we need to work very, very closely, Mr. Speaker, with the Office of the Controller, the Controller of Budget and Office of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. Every office of a senator should have contacts. Like now, Mr. Speaker, auditors have landed in Nyamira. They are doing an audit for this last financial year. I want them to work very closely with my staff because it is us, Madam Speaker, who hold the responsibility of ensuring that money is used properly in our accounts. When they land in Bomet, you should have a keen interest. Which projects are they visiting? And how will that report look like, Mr. Speaker, when finally that report lands on the floor of this House? I've received reports, Mr. Speaker, that the governor of Nyamira has done something that is unprecedented. That as soon as auditors, external auditors landed in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, he has suspended the internal auditor. I mean, you know Section 65 of the County Governments Act. The only office that has authority to hire and fire is County Public Service Board. A governor has got no authority to hire or to fire a member of staff, more so an internal auditor. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you make an internal auditor answerable to a governor, then you have killed audit in that respective county, Mr. Speaker. So if the governor of Nyamira is watching or is listening, and I'm speaking to him as a senior counsel, let him allow the auditor, the internal auditor, to undertake the tasks of our office without any interference. Let the hold of that office avail all documents to the external auditor. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'll bring that matter to the floor of this House so that the House takes it up. If we allow staff who are supposed to be independent in our counties to be harassed by governors, we are going to kill accountability and transparency in our respective counties. So I support this motion by my good friend, Senator Okia Omtata. Maybe I will propose that we amend it to go further and allow us an entry to work hand in hand with the Office of Controller of Budget and the Office of the Auditor General. And I've given you a very good example how this works in the House of Commons. These offices work very closely. In fact, meetings, Public Accounts Committee meetings in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, are supported by the Office of Controller and Auditor General in the UK. And I think that is what we should use as best international practice, incorporate it, so that we can work together with those offices to ensure that money that is sent to counties is used for the intended purposes to bring services closer to the people. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to support this motion by the good senator from Busia, that this is a very progressive motion, Mr. Speaker, and not just for the watchdog committees in the Senate, but even in building the ability for members of the public to follow what's going on in their respective counties, Mr. Speaker, as we put our heads together towards combating corruption in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many a times when the governors appear in the watchdog committees, and sometimes you ask specific questions, it's very easy for them to say, okay, that was avoided transaction. And because they know you're not going to dig deeper, or you do not have the benefit of seeing what is on the other side, they quickly get away with it, Mr. Speaker. So having such a system whereby members are able to see or access that information on real time is a breakthrough towards oversight, Mr. Speaker, and I feel that this motion should actually be supported strongly, because it goes a long way in helping the public protect resources, or ensuring those that are given the mandate to oversee these resources are using the resources for the right functions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have very many cases of pending bills. We have contractors who've committed suicide on the basis of them not being paid. These are issues we should have avoided if money was being used for the intended purposes, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to support this motion, that it's one way we are actually going to put governors, not just governors on the spot, but also build the capacity for members of the public to be able to oversight the leaders they've elected. Because it's a challenge for members of the public to actually oversight when, on the other side, they actually have no information on what specifically we are looking at. Because for a long time, this appears to be a responsibility of the Senate only. It's not a responsibility of the Senate only, but the public also has the moral authority to question their elected leaders on what they are doing in their specific positions that they are serving, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support the motion by Senator Omtata, and commend him for such a progressive initiative to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute towards this motion. I begin by commending Senator Omtata for these insightful thoughts on the IFMIS. My concern is drawn at paragraph 5, noting that as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for and inflated cost of projects. This is due to numerous incidents of irregular or rather procedural funding, which I could refer in simple terms as virement, because we also realize that there is a lot of violations regarding financial transfers, maybe from recurrent to development plans or vice versa. So I would also wish to propose that an amendment be put at that is paragraph 5, line 3, after unaccounted for, add the word environment and inflated cost of projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the motion be amended in the last paragraph by deleting the words, and I quote, respective senator, appearing in the fourth line of the last paragraph, and replace it thereafter with the words, and I quote, relevant oversight committees, as proposed by Senator Catherine Muma. I also wish to beg to move that the motion be amended in the fifth paragraph, line 3, by adding environment after the word for, and add the word environment after for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakobubi, you will have to share that proposal to the amendment of the motion with the clerk for purposes of consideration and adoption.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to request Senator Commissioner Joyce Correll to second the proposal for amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I second. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, with the contribution and the proposal by Senator Wakobubi, I now proceed to propose that the motion be amended in the last paragraph by deleting the words respective senator in bracket, appearing in the fourth line of the last paragraph, and replacing therefore the words relevant oversight committee. Now, senators, let's rise. Honorable senators, it's now 1 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until later today, Wednesday, 15th of July, 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Security regarding the disappearance of a resident of Wajir West constituency. Honorable Speaker, on 3rd June 2026, Mr. Hassan Omar Abbash Omar of ID number 34XX48, a resident of Makaror in Wajir West constituency, was reportedly abducted outside Wajir General Hospital and forced into a Toyota Land Cruiser. Registration number KBY 746G. The matter was reported at Wajir Central, abducted outside Wajir General Hospital and forced into a Toyota Land Cruiser registration number KBY 746G. The matter was reported at Wajir General Hospital Station and OB number 32/03-006-026. The disappearance of Mr. Omar has caused great distress to his family, relatives, and residents of Wajir West constituency, who remain concerned about his safety and whereabouts. Despite the matter having been reported to the police, his family is yet to receive information on the progress of investigations. Honorable Speaker, it's against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, the circumstance surrounding the alleged abduction and disappearance of Mr. Hassan Bash Omar on 3rd June 2026 outside Wajir Central Hospital. Number two, the status of the investigation into the matter reported at Wajir Central Police Station under OB number 32/03/06/26, including suspects identified, if any, in connection with the alleged abduction. And step number three, the steps taken by the National Police Service and other relevant security agencies to establish the whereabouts of Mr. Omar and secure his safe return. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chair of the Security Committee? Chair, who is there from the committee? You are here? Yes. Proceed and give an undertaking based on the urgency of this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will give a response in 2 weeks.
You give a response in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Or the first week after recess, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Farah.
Use the same opportunity to ask me to respond.
2 weeks is more or less the standard, and it's okay. Yes. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of life and death. It can't wait for 2 weeks. I need a statement next week, or even tomorrow or the day after, because this is a matter that can be just determined by the...
Yes, committee member.
Mr. Speaker, maybe, according to the standing orders, we can give 7 days, but not tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough. You are going to give 7 days.
Thank you.
What's your point of order, Honorable Wamboka? I'm not going to...
The member of the committee should be factual. You cannot be responding and say, maybe. Are we having a response in 7 days or not, Honorable Speaker?
The chair is going to make sure that specificity itself is so when exactly are you going to have that statement?
Next week on Wednesday, Mr. Speaker.
Next week on Wednesday?
Yes, Mr.
It's so
Speaker.
directed.
On that...
Yes?
On another aspect, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Speaker of this House directed that the Chair for Defense respond to my question that I asked more than 2 weeks ago, and it was also an urgent issue. So since he's here today, Mr. Speaker, I would wish that he responds to my question before we move on to the next
Chair for
agenda.
Defense. Chair for Defense. Honorable Koech.
Honorable Speaker, as much as she actually requests for the response, I want to say that there's a lot of frustration that my committee is receiving from the State Department of Diaspora. I've engaged them last week, this week, and generally Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And probably I will seek at this point your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, Because I have been unable to reach anyone to get that response. I have been trying to call the officer who is in charge of liaison, including my clerk, and I want you to direct that actually they need to take questions from members seriously. So I seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, in that regard.
That's why, being a member of Parliament for Dadaab and myself, I think the system we established under this constitution is a frustration in itself. We used to have ministers in the House here who are both legislators as well as in the executive, and when they give an undertaking and they don't, perform on that undertaking, there used to be sanctions from the chair. Now you are chairman, all you have to do is to become a conveyor belt to another department. Now, and personally, what do you think, what direction do you think the chair can give to the department? Yes, what's your issue, Madam?
Mr. Speaker, it is good to note, and the relevant ministry should actually take note that the Kenyans in diaspora remit 650 billion to the economy of this country every year. And whenever they face challenges, Mr. Speaker, outside there, it affects even their families back at home. For the case of this lady, she was killed barely 2 weeks, 6 weeks after leaving Kenya. Remember, this is somebody who the parents sold everything to have her go to Australia. And when the relevant ministry is not even is not concerned or is not taking the questions from this house seriously, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem and there is need of this house to make a decision about that Ministry of Diaspora. These are people who contribute to this economy of this country and even the employment, because in this country we understand the challenge of employment and the diaspora is helping us. The ambassadors as well are not helping us any much because most of them are aspirants and they are contestants. They linger around in Kenya doing campaigns, and whenever they are needed maybe in their country of jurisdiction, they are frustrated equally. So, Mr. Speaker, there is need for this House to make a decision to compel them to be giving answers as soon as possible. For example, the member here requires an answer from the ministry, from the Committee of Internal Security within 7 days. Why don't they give also answers as soon as they are required? My question is now 3 weeks old.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Point taken. Honorable member. Yes, proceed. You have the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if the chairman of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee is facing frustrations from the ministry,
and basically,
yes,
absolutely no powers.
Correct. I am a member of the Diaspora Committee. The same frustrations we also face when we make inquiries on situations faced by Kenyans abroad. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, may you direct that the minister himself comes to the House to respond specifically to that question and any other issue that we have raised.
Macau is on a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Macau?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is saying that he is a member of the Committee on Diaspora. Mr. Speaker, the chairman, Defense and Foreign Affairs, is a member of Kenya Kwanza. So is the member. Are they trying to tell us those ministers?
They are here in the order, Honorable Macau.
Those ministers are incompetent.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, can you order them to bring an impeachment?
Order, Honorable Macau. Order, Honorable Macau. You're out of order. You are out of order. They are here in their capacity as chairman of their respective committees, and they are members of Parliament. And that's the executive. They do not run the executive from Parliament here. Yes. What's your point of order, the majority whip?
Honourable Speaker, the procedure,
yes,
or the precedent that has been set in this House,
yes,
on similar matters,
yes,
where the chairs of the committees face difficulties in reaching out to the members of the executive,
yes,
they raise it above and through the House leadership. And listening to the chair of Defense, he moved you to direct that the minister be compelled. That can only be done by the leadership in this floor, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
So the right procedure, Honorable Speaker, is that the chair of the Defense Committee submits, of course, his complaints now to the House leadership, and will compel the minister to appear before this House, Honorable Speaker, to respond to such questions.
You know, the Honorable Chief Whip, Chief Whip, I'm sure you understand the separation of power. The executive, the legislature, and the House here. Yeah, the House can sanction the legislature. The executive. Here, you can have a motion of censure on any member of the executive. But the House, I think, is not the best place to direct a minister if the minister is not here delivering or rather protecting his own ministry here when on the allotted dates. But nonetheless, I'll still go ahead and direct. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Koinan? Order.
This is a House of Records. And this is the first arm of government. Article 1 of the current constitution, which gladly, I was one of the participants actually in drafting this document, clearly stipulates that representation is the same as our sovereignty. Taking what the member has said into account and reading Article 125, I feel this House is being misled. My good friend, the Chairman of Defense and Foreign Relations, cannot feign that he doesn't have the powers. You have the powers to call anybody at will and invoke Article 125, and this is what it says. If a minister, Article 125, Mr. Speaker, Article 125 says, either House of Parliament and any of its committees has powers to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. That's Article 125 of the Constitution. 2, it says, for purposes, clause 1. 1 second, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough, Honorable Kainan.
1 second.
The chair has taken note of that. This is an allotted date for a finance bill. And it's order, Honorable Finance, please take a seat.
The last bit of this particular article is what I wanted to read. It says, for purpose of clause 1, a House of Parliament or any of its committees has the same powers as the High Court to enforce the attendance of witness and examine them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. B, it says to compel the production of documents. And C, to issue a commission or request and examine the same wherever they are. And so if you read that with the Powers and Privileges Act, which I was the sponsor, clearly, my good friend here, the power is in your hand. Compel, bring the information to the House.
Order, Honorable Kenan, your point is taken. Can you give a firm undertaking on when you will have that answer in the House?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not just a chairman. I lead a very powerful committee.
Yes.
I did not say that I'm frustrated to get the response.
Out of nowhere, yes, you are right.
It has taken a bit more of time than I expected.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, when we finish this morning session, I will personally walk into the Ministry of Diaspora, State Department of Diaspora. I will have the response this afternoon.
Perfect. Very well undertaken. Next order, Honorable Member, order. Next order. Next order. Next order. I've directed. Wamboka, what you don't understand. Order. You have a problem because you are trying to learn the rules and the way this thing is managed without listening. And it has been responded. Which your statement? Can you raise it then in the order? Not now. Order. I have called for the next order. Approach the chair and pick up another appropriate moment. Next order.
Order number 8, the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026.
Honorable members, for your information, the primary role of a House, a National Assembly, is to pass government finance bills. Listen, you have to understand everything else. So when you are on the finance bill, then you make sure that you give maximum time. But the moment you're out of the finance bill, you can come back. Ours is based on the Westminster system, which is called the House of Commons. And the finance bill takes precedence over anything else and everything else, including what you are seeking right now. So let us be through with this, and then you can come and take up. Thank you. Who was on the chair? Who was on the ground?
I was.
No, Mule. Honorable Mule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the Finance Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to state very clearly, I oppose this bill in totality due to the following reasons in different clauses. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were treated to a drama whereby some members wanted us to give reasons why we are opposing the bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House there are 5 important key issues to be canvassed in the finance bill. That is raising revenue, providing incentive to investors, protecting the public on harmful products, protecting investors, enforcing compliance in tax collection. The bill contains various acts which we need to deal with, and that's why I want to dwell on, Mr. Speaker. That is the Income Tax, VAT Act, Excise Duty Act, Tax Procedure Act, Miscellaneous Finance Levies, and other related acts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I want to dwell on the issue of income tax, Part 2, Clause 2B, expansion of definition of management of professional fee, included card-based payment. Mr. Speaker, why we are opposing to this clause, the bill proposes to expand the definition of management and professional fee in the charge fee and merchant service fee, which raises the card-based payment. On that regard, Mr. Speaker, this cost translate will go up and effectively affect the industry of tourism, hospitality, which as a country we cannot afford to raise any other taxes on it, and therefore I oppose the bill in totality. Clause, Mr. Speaker, on the same breath of income tax, Clause 3, Section 5, which restricts tax expansion on gratuity payment to employees serving for the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a dangerous clause in this bill, which will definitely, Mr. Speaker, affect any employee who is having a contract which is less than 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, disadvantaging that Kenyan to receive his benefit after this proposal. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members in this House, we are not just dealing with a proposed finance bill, we are dealing with the life of Kenyans, and therefore, due to this clause, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any other option to support this bill, but reject it unless this clause is amended. Mr. Speaker, let's proceed to clause 7 of the same bill, which introduced withholding winning and with odd tax on winning on any rate of 20% for both resident and non-resident, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our youth in this country are engaging into different competition globally. They are engaging in different activities globally. This clause denies the young people in this country the opportunity to get what is right for them by introducing the withholding tax. So, Mr. Speaker, and I want to urge our colleagues, these are clauses which we need to reject to make sure that at least the young people in this country get their right fair share. Also, this reduces the income of the better establishment of the youth and the blue economy the Kenya Kwanza government has been talking about. I cannot understand the Kenya Kwanza government. They are saying they are pro-youth. They are saying they want to encourage the youth. They are saying that they want to make the youth of this country have money in their pocket. This clause 7, Mr. Speaker, denies the youth of this country that opportunity, and that's why I call for the rejection of the Finance Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, clause 16 of the same bill introduces a 60% minimum threshold of deemed dividend on undistributed profits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to tighten the deemed dividend rules by requiring that at least 60% of the company undistributed profit be treated as dividend if the profits are not distributed within 12 months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the same government which is trying to encourage people to get into business. Yet they are introducing a clause whereby the profit of the company are being directed how they need to be distributed. This will force business to redistribute dividend against their investment policy, and dividends are retained in the business for expansion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you have a business today and you have some profits which have not been divided within the company, that money goes back, is plowed back to the company to make sure that the company grows. Mr. Speaker, with this clause 16, we cannot afford any more at any time and any chance to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a change of clause 18 and 19 in the same bill. Change in due date of filing taxes. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to dwell on that. Yesterday it was talked about, and Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, the change of date of filing taxes will definitely have an effect on work on audit funds, and may result to errors whereby people will start hiding the money the same government is looking for. These are clauses which calls for me to reject the bill. Mr. Speaker, clause 22. Removal of preferable withholding tax rate for East African citizens on dividends. Mr. Speaker, the removal of this concession will increase tax burden across border investment within East Africa region, which impacts the attractiveness of Kenyans to be a destination of investment. Mr. Speaker, as we sit here, we are complaining that Tanzania has better investment attraction. Uganda has better investment attraction. Rwanda has better attraction investment regime. Mr. Speaker, if clause 22 is implemented as it is in the bill, I can assure you we are going to lose more investors to our neighboring, and Kenya will still be a laughing stock to investors because of this clause. So, Mr. Speaker, we call for the rejection of this bill in totality, or we do amendments to them. Mr. Speaker, let me go to part 3 of the bill, which is value-added tax, Mr. Speaker. Clause 28 of the bill, extension of waiting period of VAT refunds and bad debts under Section 31 of the VAT Act. Mr. Speaker, the VAT Act currently allows taxpayers to claim refund on bad debt where the debt has remained unpaid for less than 2 years, Mr. Speaker, for supply, provide the claim which is made within 10 years. Mr. Speaker, this will deem business funds for investment, Mr. Speaker. The same logic, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government sings about creating an environment, bring a clause like this, which is killing Kenyan business in Kenya today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with clause 28 of the part 3 of the bill, we call for the rejection of Finance Bill 2026, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the same part 3 of VAT Act, which is clause 29, expansion of tax invoices reassurance requirement under Section 42 of the VAT Act. This section requires only VAT registered person to issue a tax invoice for purchase of the time of making taxes supply. It is also limits members. Mr. Speaker, this clause calls again us as members to reject this bill. This may be resort to heavy burden on compliance on small, medium enterprises, killing the same business, business, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of items being moved from zero rating to exemption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen items being moved from zero rating to exemption, which has an effect on the moving of items from exemption will
the member for Kabuchai. And members, anyone who has no card, please go get a card and then log in.
You are doing well.
And allow me, as the chair of this session, to follow this order in the order at which you logged in.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a very important day for Kenya. It is a day, Mr. Speaker, that Kenyans are alert everywhere, because what the decision we are going to make in this House, Mr. Speaker, affects their life in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having gone through all this bill, when I tried to align with the roadside advertisements, the Speaker pronouncements by the head of state that is going to take care of people who earn 30,000 and below. 30,000 below. 1.5 million workers in this country, Mr. Speaker. Those aspirations, Mr. Speaker, is not taken care of here. I've gone through it. If this government wants to walk the talk, 1.5 million Kenyans who get 30,000 below have a dependency rate of 10 million who rely on them, Mr. Speaker. If it is not found here, this is the only tax law that comes to this House for us to pass. No one, including the minister, no one, including the director, can propose a tax law without this House passing the tax from the Speaker. So we are here, Mr. Speaker, to actually find out if it is not here, this thing must be thrown and rejected in totality. Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when you go to it,
Honorable Majimbo, order, there is a point of order.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on the point of order, Honorable Speaker, on matters relevance. Honorable Speaker, what we are discussing today here is the report by the Finance Committee that is already before us. We are not discussing what is not in the report by the Finance Committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issues raised by the Honorable Member for Kabuchai, that pronouncements were made by His Excellency the President somewhere in the roadside, it is the responsibility of this House to legislate, Honorable Speaker. It is not the head of state to legislate, Honorable Speaker. If he made his pronouncements is there, at the point we will bring them here, Honorable Speaker, we will have an opportunity. We will have an opportunity to discuss.
Take your seat.
Honorable Speaker,
take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, you will not allow head class, Honorable Speaker. This is a House of
Take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, this is a House of
Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Soro. Order. The Honorable Majimbo. The Honorable Jack Wamboka. This House will listen to the Honorable Majimbo in silence. The Honorable Majimbo will remain order. The Honorable Majimbo will remain relevant in his submissions to ensure, because there's no law, and you know it very well. We are not in the old constitution. We have a new constitution that give parliament powers. We don't order. We do not need the president to do anything for us to discuss any matter in this House. It belongs elsewhere, and you know that very well. So let's maintain decorum, and I expect all of us to be decorous in this morning sitting so that you can proceed with doing. Order. The Honorable Majimbo will be heard without any further point of order. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be tempted, because I'm a very good singer. I don't want to be tempted to sing the song that Kenyans sang for Honorable Soro in Kusi Stadium.
because it touches on his private part. Mr. Speaker, when we come to this bill, Mr. Speaker, exactly, Mr. Speaker, Part A, Section 1, number 169, Mr. Speaker, which touches on mitumba in Kiswahili. In English, Mr. Speaker, it is written here as worn clothing and other worn articles. Worn clothing. Mr. Speaker, this product has been moved from zero rated to tax exempt. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? We went to school properly. We know when you cannot claim any tax on it, then you will pass it to the consumer. That is what we mean, Mr. Speaker. The price of mitumba will increase. This House, Mr. Speaker, does not. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest on what we are bringing here with the members of this country. Mr. Speaker, when I come to, Mr. Speaker, we are reading, Mr. Speaker, and you are seeing me referring to every clause. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the non-resident landlord, Mr. Speaker, that article here, Mr. Speaker, they say that actually the imposition of non-resident rental income tax. Mr. Speaker, you realize that here it says that actually a tax to be known as non-residential rental income tax shall be payable by that non-resident person at the rate specified in the third schedule. Mr. Speaker, when you go in the third schedule, and I've gone to the very properly here, the third schedule, Mr. Speaker, the only relative close to that is Mr. Speaker, the only clause that is close to that, Mr. Speaker, is C1. C1, Mr. Speaker. And on C1 it says, in respect of a rent premium or similar considerations for the use of occupation or immovable property, 30%, Mr. Speaker, is payable. We want this committee to tell us, before the 30% that is imposing, what was that percentage before? It was 7%. Where the tenants were withholding, they are withholding the money for the purpose of KRA. It was 7%. In this document, Mr. Speaker, we imposed 30%. 30%, Mr. Speaker, means what? If you are paying rent of 10,000, Mr. Speaker, you will have to submit 3,000, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Soro, allow the Honorable Majimbo to finish his submission. You'll respond to him. You'll respond to him. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I will further inject, Mr. Speaker. When I'm injecting this sense, Mr. Speaker, the whole nation is watching us. This House is making the law for posterity. We must put Kenyans in their right position. And, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are not fools. When they watch and we read here, and we say that we have not imposed any tax on mitumba, here on the floor of the House, and yes, it's put here in clause 169. Mr. Speaker, this puts us in a very awkward position. If, Mr. Speaker, I heard well, the minister also reiterated that those Kenyans who earn 30% and below, 30,000 and below, 30,000 and below, they were going to be exempted from pay as you earn tax. Mr. Speaker, any law that deals with the tax must be brought here. And it must be put in here. It is nowhere. We are saying, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are saying, we are telling this government, Mr. Speaker, to be a one-term government. It is going to be one-term government because, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't carry the aspirations of the Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I want to request as follows, because I know all of us are emotive. Let's just be factual. You know, I'm listening to Honorable Majimbo, and he refers to clause 169. And you know it's not there. So, order, just sit down. I will, every member in this House will have their say. In fact, I want to request the following, that because all of us want to speak, if you could limit your intervention to 5-6 minutes, I don't want to control it myself, so that every member is able to get a chance to speak. I'll be very happy. What I will not do, and I want members to be decorous, I'll not stop any member whether they're opposing or proposing from saying what they want to say. And that's why I want all of us to have our time and please maintain decorum. The next member on the line is Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I rise to raise some very serious issues against this finance bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that I have is Section 35, Honorable Speaker, of this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, this specific section imposes excise duty on cell phones, which seems to have moved from the point of importation to the point of activation. Now, Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that I have with this is that the government is not losing any money. Why are we changing from the point of importation where you pay duty on 50 cell phones, but at the point of activation where it's limited to a specific cell phone? My concern, Honorable Speaker, is with the Commissioner, because at the point of activation, then you tie this phone to a specific person, and there is because you've not defined, and Honorable Speaker, you as me and as a lawyer and yourself, you know that if you don't provide a definition of this activation, what will be put there? What if you put in a spyware? What if at a certain point you can shut down a specific cell phone belonging to specific someone? So, Honorable Speaker, for me, this Section 35, I don't see the point to it, because to me the money is the same. So why are you changing it? Honorable Speaker, Section 45, this is on the Tax Procedures Act. Now, this one I don't want to belabor it because it was spoken about yesterday, the issue of agency notice, Honorable Speaker. And I just want, I hope the chair would be here, but the administration of fair hearing is a constitutional right. Even if you delete that provision, even if you amend it, the majority leader was here, Honorable Kaluma, they were very specific on how they think this has been abused. But it doesn't matter, it's been provided for under the Constitution. So even if you delete this provision, I can assure you somebody will go to court and this whole thing will collapse. So we might as well not play around with something that we both know is going against the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, under Section 23, in the same act, Honorable Speaker. Now, this is on capital gains tax. Now, the threshold, whenever you have a transaction that derives value in Kenya, usually for capital gains tax is at the point of where you reach a threshold of 50%, Honorable Speaker. That is the standard within East Africa and quite a number of African countries. Now, this is lowering it, with this amendment, to almost 1%. If you look at our income tax, it provides it at about 20%. So, to me, what you will do is that you'll make all these investors who come to Kenya and at times are exempt from this capital gains tax because the value gained in Kenya does not achieve the 50% threshold, all these people are going to go to our neighbors. So who's losing? So all those investment firms in Kenya, all those law firms that are working here, all those funds that work in Kenya, the insurance companies, all those are going to start losing business right here in Kenya. Now, Honorable Speaker, one of the things that yesterday, if you'll remember, and once again, I'm happy the Honorable Ruto was here because I believe he mentioned this issue. Taxes should be predictable. That's what the chair said yesterday. And any accountant, anyone who is in the tax regime says that taxes should be predictable. It means 5-10 years. Anybody investing in Kenya should have an idea how the tax regime is going to be. Now tell me this, Honorable Speaker. 1.5% withholding tax on scrap metal, which the Honorable Mbadi, when he was highlighting the budget, mentioned right here. It's in this bill. Explain to me, Honorable Speaker, how predictable it is to impose a tax in 2024, to remove it in 2025, to bring it back in 2026. How predictable is that? In 3 years, you've changed the tax 3 times. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen. Some of these companies, Honorable Speaker, for me, I'm talking even about my constituency. One of the largest steel-making companies, Tonoka, is in my constituency. What it means is that they will have to start reducing the number of people who are working there. So it directly impacts the jobs that are there, Honorable Speaker. And I'll explain as I move forward, Honorable Speaker. Now, when it comes to raw materials, which I also used, Honorable Speaker, allow me actually to talk about coal first. We've now imposed 5% excise duty on coal, which some cement companies, some steel companies use. Now, that means, first of all, you should all know, coal is not available in Kenya. We import it. We import coal. So, in Kenya, now, at the current rate, we are at 9.5%. Uganda is at 1.5%. Tanzania is at 2.5%. All these countries are importing coal. Now, when you consider what has been happening, because Honorable Speaker, coal is used as a substitute for energies. So at times, and you know the fuel prices, Honorable Speaker, some of my companies which have been using diesel, one of these companies in my constituency, when electricity was lost for 2 days, they incurred a cost of 3 million. Electricity in 2 days. Fuel, one of my companies uses fuel, about 248 liters of diesel per month for fuel in transport costs. So when diesel went up by 46 shillings, that's 11,408,000 per month. Now, even if that amount has reduced, you can prorate it. You can see the amount of expenses are there. And then you increase the cost of coal as well. Honorable Speaker, on raw materials, because raw materials, this has changed, especially in steel and other sectors. So there's a levy of about 17.5%. Now allow me to stick to the steel companies, Honorable Speaker. Local billets, manufactured locally, $650. Imported billets, $490. The wire rods in Kenya, the taxes that are charged, you've seen those wire rods all around, is 47% tax in Kenya. Billets is 22%. When we go to Uganda, 1.5% Uganda, 1.5% Tanzania, 1.9% in Rwanda. So what does this mean? Honorable Speaker, it means the construction industry, everything is going to go up. So even in the affordable housing that we are talking about, by increasing these taxes, those affordable houses, the cost of constructing those very affordable houses, the prices are going to go up. Now, what does this mean, Honorable Speaker? The companies that are operating in Kenya, the cement companies, the steel companies, what they've done is that they're opening small operations across the border in Uganda and Tanzania, and the companies in Kenya stop manufacturing and become trading companies. Honorable Speaker, 25 steel milling companies from Kenya have left and have gone to Tanzania and Uganda, including one company from my constituency called EMCO, and even steel structures that have now gone to trading rather than manufacturing. These are jobs that have been lost right here in Nairobi, right here in my constituency, and it's because of some of these taxes that are coming up. So that means, Honorable Speaker, some of our companies have now become trading companies. Honorable Speaker, there is a provision for ESC carve-out goods, Honorable Speaker. This ESC carve-out is for goods that have originated within the East Africa community. By removing this specific carve-out, Honorable Speaker, we are violating the very same treaties that we have with our East African countries. So we are violating bilateral agreements that we have with the East African community. That means very soon, some of the privileges we have with trading with Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, this is going to change. So why should our finance bill violate the ESC carve-out that was agreed bilaterally between all these countries, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, the issue of zero rating and exempt, we need to clarify. You know, we sit here and we say, we've exempted you from tax, we've exempted you from this, we've exempted. Honorable Speaker, we all know zero rating is better than exempt. So if some of these imported clothes, worn out clothes, we've moved them from zero rating to exempt, it means you cannot claim input VAT. And this is where the devil in the details is. That means the cost of those Mutumba clothes will go up. Finally, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to these rental houses, I'm a member of parliament from Nairobi. Embakasi West is full of rental houses, the entire constituency. Some of these people are foreigners. They are foreigners, they are non-residents, they are not here in Kenya. If you affect the cost of rental prices the way it's been discussed. It means you're increasing rents for all the people living in my constituency, Honorable Speaker. And for that reason, and many others, Honorable Speaker, adopted by the others, unfortunately, I cannot support this bill, and we'll be bringing a lot of amendments so that we can ensure we don't burden the Kenyans that are already.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm happy to listen to Honorable Monje because he spoke about 10 minutes without attacking anybody, without going outside script. He's done so well. If we did that, all of us, we'll have a very good debate. The Honorable Jack Wamboka, this is your chance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. But first, let me make this clear, that we will debate in the way we deem fit and necessary, as long as it conforms to the laws of this House. So nobody should lecture us, Honorable Speaker, how to align our debates, how to debate, and on that, Honorable Soro, keep quiet. Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose the Finance Bill 2026 in its present form. And let me say from the outset what this debate, Honorable Speaker, is not about. It is not about whether the state needs money or not, Honorable Speaker. Of course it does. Roads have to be built, Honorable Speaker. Hospitals must be stocked. And you know my pet subject of teachers. Of course, teachers have to be paid, teachers have to be hired, and police, and so forth, Honorable Speaker. My quarrel with this bill, Honorable Speaker, is how the government wants to raise the revenue, Honorable Speaker. When you read it closely, and not just in the headline rates, but in the schedules where the real work is done, this is a bill that will make life more expensive to ordinary Kenyans. And it does so quietly, Honorable Speaker. It's like cancer. It eats you quietly, but ultimately you are destined for death, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my single biggest problem with this bill is that it hides price increases inside technical tax languages. Its favorite trick is to move essential goods from zero-rated VAT to exempt VAT. To most Kenyans, these two words sound the same. And of course, it's very mischievous, Honorable Speaker, of the government. They are not the same. And the difference is money out of pocket of the Mwananchi. Honorable Speaker, when a good is zero-rated, the seller charges no VAT and still recovers the VAT paid on inputs. So the goods are truly free of the tax. When a good is merely exempt, the seller charges no VAT but cannot recover the VAT on inputs. So that tax becomes a cost of doing business and is passed on the consumers, who are the ordinary Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, and that is what we are saying. Life becomes more expensive. The life for Kenyans this time, this period, in this government has become more unbearable. So when the bill takes medicine manufacturing inputs, animal feed inputs, solar and lithium batteries, electricity buses, and even bicycles, Honorable Speaker, who uses bicycles? Are the common Mwananchi, the small people down there. Every big person can afford a car. Honorable Speaker, clean cooking stoves and locally assembled phones and moves them from zero-rated to exempt. It is quietly pushing costs onto the consumer. The Mwananchi will not see a new line on the receipt, but they will feel it at the counter. If you tax the inputs of medicine, medicine becomes more expensive. And that is healthcare, Honorable Speaker. Every government has a responsibility to ensure that it leads a citizenry that can afford healthcare.
So if medicines go up, Honorable Speaker, the cost of healthcare goes up. And that is what we are saying, that this government must be relevant to the needs, day-to-day needs of the people, and that the cost of living goes up. And Honorable Speaker, we all represent Kenyans. It does not matter whether you represent a Kenya Kwanza government, a Kenya Kwanza citizen, or a Linda Mwananchi citizen, Honorable Speaker. A Kenyan citizen is a Kenyan citizen. Honorable Speaker, if you tax the inputs to clean energy, the family trying to leave charcoal and kerosene behind pays more. This is why I call this a cost of living bill. It does not shout. It does not raise headline VAT rate. It raises the cost of living through the back door. And honestly, Honorable Speaker, it kills slowly, but ultimately, Mwananchi goes down. I come from a sugarcane farming region, Honorable Speaker. And this now tax are applicable to sugarcane transportation. And Honorable Meli knows this, Honorable Speaker, because at the end of the day, if this one is introduced, Honorable Speaker, the manufacturers will pass this cost to the consumer, Honorable Speaker. We are still struggling with the prices, the tonnage prices that have been lowered by this government, Honorable Speaker. Whereas cost of living is going up, the tonnage, the cost of per ton, Honorable Speaker, for sugarcane is going down. Where on earth, Honorable Speaker? Where on earth? Only an insensitive government that does not respect itself goes through these things, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finance bill should not punish people for buying the very goods that our own national policy tells them to buy. We cannot stand in this house and speak about universal health care, food security, and a green economy, and then pass tax measures that make health, food, and clean energy more expensive. This is not a revenue policy. This is a contradiction written into law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm equally concerned that this bill taxes the digital economy in a way that lands hardest on small people. It pulls card payment fees, switching, clearing, and settlement system into a tax net in a way that raises the cost of electronic payment. These are not luxuries. These are the payment roads of a modern economy. The trader receiving money on a card machine, the shopkeeper, the young person paying online, the citizen paying for a government service on their phone, all of them travel these roads, Honorable Speaker. The state asks Kenyans to go digital, to formalize, to leave cash behind. It cannot in the same breath make the digital road more expensive, Honorable Speaker. Who uses this digital platform, Honorable Speaker? They are young people. These are young people who probably just sit at home, who make a living, Honorable Speaker, out of the digital platforms. Some of them work at night. So when you make it more expensive, whom are you punishing? You are punishing the very Mwananchi you promised that you will lift them from the bottom to up. And it has become now from bottom to bottom and to the bottomless bottom, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and then there is a phone. The bill proposes a 25% excise duty on mobile phones, charged at the moment the phone is activated, Honorable Speaker. The phone is no longer a luxury in this country. And you know it. The phone may be a luxury to senior people in this country because you just need to call and receive. But for young people in this country, Honorable Speaker, the phone is a way to earn a living, Honorable Speaker. It is how a young person looks for a job, how a student learns and receives their notes, Honorable Speaker, work on their assignments, Honorable Speaker, how a farmer checks the market, how a mother sends money, how a citizen reaches a citizen. To tax a phone at activation is to tax the very doorway into the modern economy. it will be felt by students, job seekers, border borders, by small traders, and by ordinary families. If the real concern is luxury handsets, Honorable Speaker, then tax the high-end taxes, Honorable Speaker, and leave alone these young people who cannot deal with the issues. Honorable Speaker, the question before us is, in the end, Honorable Speaker, a finance bill must raise finances in a manner that does not make life unbearable. In this case, Honorable Speaker, the finance bill that we are talking about makes life too difficult for every.
All members, you agree with me that I've given 4 chances this side uninterrupted. So I'll also give this side another 4 chances. Then we come back this side. And I have to be fair to the House. I must be fair to the House. And it doesn't matter what you do on that matter, because I've decided that's what we're going to do. So this side, we're going to have another 4, then 4 this side. So can I get from the list I have here, the first one on this side is Honorable Marianne Keitany.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I know they are usually used to me sitting at the front there. Today, I decided to sit next to Honorable Mukunji so that we can converse a little. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the finance bill that is laid before us. And the first aspect I would like to bring on the finance bill is the issue of exempt and zero rating of certain items, especially the items like the locally assembled, manufactured mobile phones, electronic buses, lithium-ion batteries. The bill initially proposed that these items be moved from zero-rated to exempt. But the proposals that have been put on this bill is that these items will go back or will be reverted back to zero rating, because that proposal had been given in the Finance Act of 2023, and that therefore promotes this particular industry and ensures that these items continue to get more traction in the market, and therefore they become very affordable. The other issue I'd like to raise on this finance bill is the gratuity period that had been raised for people who are earning or who are on 3-year contracts. Initially, the bill proposed that gratuity be zero rated for a gratuity be paid to be exempted for employees who are on gratuity or about it was open for everyone. But for now, we've said that gratuity be charged on employees who are on a 3-year contract. And this would then propose that even for those employees who are on a 1-year contract, that can be proposed in the Committee of the Whole House, that employees who are on a 1-year contract can also benefit from the gratuity. The other issue that I would like, and I like to bring out here, is the issue on the scrap metal. You know, scrap metal is an area that has been used to kill a lot of our infrastructure, mainly things to do with copper cables and those infrastructures that assist a lot in our electrification, rail. And there's a proposed a proposal of a 1.5 withholding tax on the sale of scrap metal materials. One, this is going to regularize the market so that all sales of scrap metal will then conform to what is happening in industry. But more importantly, it also secures the scrap metal.
Could we listen to the Honourable Member for Alda in reasonable silence?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The one thing that it also does is that it also ensures that the scrap metal revenue that is going to be benefited from scrap metal dealers, the income from it is going to be regularized, so that every person, every sales or every business then is able to pay taxes. And one thing, Honorable Speaker, that I notice is that many people don't want Kenyans to pay taxes, but we need the taxes to be able to run this country. And therefore, proposing the 1.5% withholding tax on sale of scrap.
Order. Where's your card? Where's your card? I can't see it. Intervention in the House are not. In this House, you don't stand up and raise your hands. You put your card in. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So the 1.5% on tax will also avoid and reduce revenue leakages that have been happening within the industry, because we want every Kenyan to be able to pay tax and be able to use the taxes, or the taxes be used to grow our economy and do the businesses or all those expenses that we put under the Committee of Supply, because we've already said we want to build roads and want to do many other things. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of exemptions of many businesses that we are removing from tax zero rating to tax exempt. That basically is to help in the budgeting, so that these budget deficits that we've had.
Order. What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, my concern, is it honorable for the honorable member of parliament to insinuate that scrap metal dealers deal in stealing copper wires and railway, whatever you affecting the infrastructure? We have genuine traders who are conducting this business in the scrap metal business. You cannot insinuate that you are imposing a tax because those people deal in stolen goods and stolen infrastructure. It is.
I'm point of debate, in my opinion. I'm sure you got a chance to debate that particular point. Please proceed. It's a point of debate that you can debate when you get a chance to debate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue I was dealing with is issues of vandalism that happens in that sector. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that issue of vandalism, which we know happens in this country, I have not said the scrap metal dealers, but they deal in, most of them may deal in vandalized items. So the issue of introducing the 5% tax, 1.5% tax return will also aid in helping that particular sector become regularized. The other issue I needed to raise, Honorable Speaker, is that most of the taxes that we've now reduced from zero rating to from zero rating to tax exempt is to also ensure that the budget deficit that we see in our books is reduced, because one of the main issues that we have in terms of our budgets and in terms of debt for this country is the budget deficits that we see because of many items that are zero rated. By removing them from zero rating to tax exemption, Honorable Speaker, will allow that our budgeting become neater and our books become neater, because many times our books are looked at when we want to advance or borrow monies, and therefore that will help our tax incentives. The last issue that I'd like to raise, Honorable Speaker, is on the issue of Mitumba. I think a lot of our members have talked about Mitumba, and I want to say that the proposals that are here do not plan to raise taxes on Mitumba clothes, as opposed to what has been put on the floor. The proposals that we have here is not to raise any Mitumba. It is an issue that was raised by the sector, the association, but the committee also proposes that sector, we don't, the Mitumba, the taxes that were supposed to be levied are not levied on the Mitumba items. So we do not expect any price increase on Mitumbas as proposed or as mentioned in the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Well said. The Honorable Soro, go ahead. This time not a point of order. This time was debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I support the report by the committee entirely. And I want to be very particular on the matters that have been raised by our colleagues. Honorable Speaker, this House has been told that the report or the proposal in the finance bill seeks to raise the tax, the tax on the 16% on Mitumba, Honorable Speaker. Far from it, Honorable Speaker, or to the contrary, is that what this particular bill seeks, Honorable Speaker, is to completely move the Mitumba to exempt status. Currently, Honorable Speaker, people pay, or those vendors that deal on Mitumba clothes, Honorable Speaker, pay 16%. But looking keenly on the first schedule and the second schedule, Honorable Speaker, and in particular, I think clause 21, that has been deleted. It's no longer there. There is nothing called increase on the percentage of mitumba imports, Honorable Speaker. So that is one of the lies, Honorable Speaker, that this House is being told. Honorable Speaker, this House has also been told about the non-resident landlord's tax.
I need to say that again, because I've heard it and I almost believed it that there is tax increase on mitumba. Could you just please say that again?
And I really hope that the honorable members are listening. And the Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the Honorable Majority Leader and Deputy I don't know what the Deputy Minority Leader is confusing the Majority Leader, because I think he needs some lessons. But Honorable Speaker, this is my point. Far from what they are telling people, Honorable Speaker, that there is a 16%, there is an increase in the taxation on mitumba, Honorable Speaker. The first schedule of this bill, Honorable Speaker, and the second schedule speaks to the contrary. There has been a 16% tax, Honorable Speaker, on the mitumba, which has been deleted, Honorable Speaker, under clause 21, Honorable Speaker, in the previous bill. So when they tell people that mitumba price will go high because of the increase of taxes and everything, that is a lie, Honorable Speaker. Number two, in fact, it's actually being moved to exempt status. It has been 16%. Now it's being moved from 16% to the exempt status, Honorable Speaker. That should be clear, and I'll challenge any person that will rise to speak, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the contrary with the bill, Honorable Speaker. That is one. Two, Honorable Speaker, they have told you, or they've been addressing this House, Honorable Speaker, saying that there is an introduction, Honorable Speaker, of the non-residents landlords tax, Honorable Speaker. What do we have currently, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, landlords pay tax at the rate of 7.5% currently. All the landlords that own the houses, Honorable Speaker, pay 7.5% in terms of tax, Honorable Speaker. Even the non-residents, Honorable Speaker. Members of this House, Honorable Speaker, who are well-schooled will tell you that you cannot tax on a single item twice, Honorable Speaker. What usually happens with the taxes on the landlord's income, Honorable Speaker? Currently, Honorable Speaker, landlords pay, the non-resident landlords remit their taxes through their tenants, Honorable Speaker. They are not residents of this country. They live, for example, in the US. They work somewhere in Europe. It is the responsibility of their tenants to remit that particular 7.5, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the non-residents. Landlords, Honorable Speaker. And this should be very clear. Currently, it is at 7.5%, and all landlords pay. All of them, whether it is residents or non-residents, as it is right now. But now, the non-resident landlords, Honorable Speaker, remit their 7.5 through their tenants that live there. So what this bill seeks, Honorable Speakers, to do is to at least reduce the hassle by the tenants, Honorable Speaker, not to be remitting on behalf of their landlords. It is just to tell them, hey, you non-resident landlords, pay or remit your taxes directly. It does not seek to introduce a new tax. It is not new. Honorable Makali Mulu, you can inform the House honestly that you cannot tax a single item, twice. It is not practical, it's not possible. It is simply realigning the structure of payment from the tenants to the landlords, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also an issue that has been raised here about the gratuities, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to exempt employment gratuities from the income tax. And Honorable Speaker, it's very particular. Provided that the service contract covers a continuous period of at least 3 years. Honorable Speaker, honestly, why do you say reject something like this? How do you tell people that you are on contract, your gratuity is being remitted? Of course, you pay income tax on your gratuity after serving 3 years. This bill seeks to exempt them from that. You are telling them we are rejecting this. Are we being fair? We are moving, Honorable Speaker, to the next step, which is the committee of the whole House, Honorable Speaker. If any member here has an issue with that particular clause, Honorable Speaker, the only thing you will have an issue with is the reduction of that 3-year period, say to 2 years or 1 year, so that even those who
within the 1 year cap can be able to benefit from this? You can't just say, we reject this. How do you just reject a proposal of such nature, Honorable Speaker, when we seek to protect those people who are on contract, Honorable Speaker, from remitting income tax? So, Honorable Speaker, there are so many things, Honorable Speaker, that, you know, I'm saying here, Honorable Speaker, that are all lies, Honorable Speaker. What this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, is also seeking to curb lifestyle assets by imposing a 50% excise duty on the excisable value of antique, vintage, and classic vehicles that are worth above 10 million. That at least, sort your bliss. Even as you bliss around the country, sort it. So, Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill, and I invite my colleagues to read. Because what my colleagues are doing, Honorable Speaker, in this house is dancing to the tune of an old song, which is long gone. That, you know, our work is just to reject. Honorable Speaker, that is no music anymore. That is not music anymore. Introduce something new. Challenge and say, this is not workable. Let's work on this. But just saying reject, Honorable Speaker, and you are speaking to yourself. You are dancing to old music of 1980, Honorable Speaker, and nobody is listening to that guitar, Honorable Speaker. It is already long gone. This is the best proposal, Honorable Speaker. It is going to save this country. It's going to help the people, Honorable Speaker. Unless you want a tenant to remit taxes on the behalf of the non-resident, like Honorable Muthwi was saying yesterday, Honorable Speaker, then, you want to continue adding the hassle by the tenants, Honorable Speaker. Let's be reasonable. It is one thing to oppose, but it's one thing also, it's another thing to be factual and place things on the table as they are, Honorable Speaker. Give us the best proposal. You are saying the gratuity should not be 3 years. Bring a proposal in the afternoon when we go for the committee of the whole house, or tomorrow, or whatever time that will be going, Honorable Speaker, and just say, okay, fine, reduce that income tax remittance, the exempt, from 3 years to at least 1 year contractual people, not just saying reject. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support, and I know Honorable Kalasinga has learned something. At least I've read for him. Thank you very much.
Well said, the Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this Finance Bill of 2026. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to acknowledge the committee that has been able to sit through this very important document for a good number of days, and the suggestions and recommendations that they have given. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to see that the committee actually went through most of the proposals that were brought to its attention, and most of the lobby groups that were able to actually look into the matters and the issues that were raised under the finance bill, and they have been able to make comments in regards to the same. Honorable Speaker, I also want to acknowledge and be able to support the very progressive parts of this finance bill. If you have had an opportunity to look at this finance bill, you will realize that it has a lot of progressive parts, and it also has some parts that need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, most of the time, the parts that need to be looked into normally overshadow the parts that are really progressive as provided into this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the whole agenda and the whole objective of this finance bill, you can be able to see that it is trying to enhance the issue of tax administration. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the specific articles of this particular clauses of this particular finance bill, you will realize, Honorable Speaker, that there are other wins for Kenyans that have been listed here. And Honorable Speaker, because I do not have the time or the luxury of time to be able to look into each of the clauses, I only want to speak to some of the issues, Honorable Speaker, that I have noted and I have been able to appreciate. Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak to the issue about the tax exemption on loans that have been taken for purposes of building houses or buying houses, Honorable Speaker. 360,000 Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, is not little money. It is a lot of money for someone who gets an exemption when they're trying to get a place for themselves so that they can be able to live. And you can be able to see that in Clause 10, Honorable Speaker. You also look at the introduction, Honorable Speaker, of a pre-populated tax return system. Honorable Speaker, most of the people and most of the business people that sometimes operate in these spaces, they do not have the technical know-how of what is needed of them or what they do is described as. And Honorable Speaker, this particular finance bill is actually introducing a pre-populated tax return system. Honorable Speaker, that will make compliance of tax returns better for the people who do business and even for the people who need to file their returns, Honorable Speaker. And that is highly appreciated from this particular finance bill of 2026, Honorable Speaker. That also ensures that we have efficiency and we also have reduced the tax compliance issues that we have been dealing with for a better part of our lives, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also have a very interesting provision here. It has been able to exempt excise duty on bottled water. You know, Honorable Speaker, most of the time when you buy water, bottled water in the shop, you wonder why you have to pay that amount of money around there. And Honorable Speaker, this finance bill has been able to address that issue that most Kenyans have been raising most of the time, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, if you look at clause 3, it has spoken to the issue of exemption of gratuity payment from the people who are retiring. Honorable Speaker, a lot of years previously, people who are benefiting from gratuity have had to pay a second tax on the same. And this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, is explicitly clear that we cannot continue taxing gratuity. And Honorable Speaker, this is a plus for the people who are retiring or the people who have been rendering services in this country. They can get their gratuity without being taxed a second time. That, for me, Honorable Speaker, is a plus to the Kenyans in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have had a lot of discussion regarding to clause number 4, that is speaking to issues of introduction of non-resident rental income tax, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you are not a citizen of this country and you have some property, Honorable Speaker, that puts some money in your pocket, it is only fair, if you ask me, Honorable Speaker, that you also substantially and fairly contribute to tax the tax contribution in this country, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to then broaden our tax base. And Honorable Speaker, I don't think this is something that should be questioned. You know, some people and most of the members here, Honorable Speaker, have had an opportunity to travel to other countries. When you go to those other countries, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of restrictions as to who and who can be able to acquire property, especially the developed houses, Honorable Speaker. There's a lot of regulations in that country. And I don't think, Honorable Speaker, it hurts anyone for the people of Kenya to also be keen enough to make sure that anyone who comes here to invest and is able to enjoy anything and income that comes from the investment here also fairly contribute to the tax of this country, Honorable Speaker. And I think that is progressive, Honorable Speaker. As much as there's a lot of discussion around it, I support it and I think it's really progressive. Honorable Speaker, I have also looked at clause number 29, which is speaking to the invoices for tax purposes. Honorable Speaker, there was a provision that said you must be registered to be able to do the issues of tax remittance. Honorable Speaker, most people that actually do business that is actually supposed to be able to give to pay tax have been using the lack of registration as a reason why they cannot contribute to these taxes, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I think this particular provision of clause 29 is helping us, Honorable Speaker, so that everyone who is actually doing business and everyone who gets something from somewhere is also able to contribute to this country, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, lastly, before I sit down, I have seen under clause number 31, the VAT at 16%, the normal percentage, Honorable Speaker. This one is going to help us under the public-private partnerships. You see that this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, has been able to speak specifically on the 16% VAT for any goods or services that are being brought around here so that they can help us or they can be able to deliver a service under the private-public partnership, PPPs, Honorable Speaker. And I think, Honorable Speaker, this is helpful because we need a lot of PPPs for us to be able to implement some of the projects that we have around here. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, you know, when you're looking at tax, at the tax issues, Honorable Speaker, the government, and especially the government of Kenya Kwanza, has also made commitments previously. Part of the commitments that has been able to make, Honorable Speaker, is about the intention to limit zero ratings of items to only items that are being exported from this country. And I think it's fair, Honorable Speaker, because as an administration, you must be able to action the words and the promises that you give to the people. So part of the promises that the Kenya Kwanza administration has given, Honorable Speaker, is to make sure that zero rating is limited to to the exports. That is one, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that every person who can be able to do something and be able to export it somewhere else gets to have a tax relief. And Honorable Speaker, the discussion about what can be zero rated and what can be tax exempt is a discussion, Honorable Speaker, that I think as a country and as a people and as a leadership, we should be able to also enlighten our people so that they can have clear understanding on what is zero rating and, again, Honorable Speaker, what is a tax exempt. And for this case, Honorable Speaker, I want to support that Kenya Kwanza administration is actually actioning the promises to make sure that zero rating is actually given to export products. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support the committee's report and the way it has been able to go through the proposal on the finance bill, and I support the provisions that have been given here. And the few provisions, Honorable Speaker, that we have a problem with is the reason why we are here today, so that we can sit during the committee of the whole House and be able to bring amendments that will then make those provisions a little bit more progressive than they are as we speak, Honorable Speaker. So I support the finance bill and I support the committee's report on the same. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, today we have students visiting us from Chambogo Secondary School, Wingi West constituency, Kitui County. We have students seated in the public gallery from Jansil Junior School, Kajedo North, Kajedo County. We also have students from Al Ansaru Nursery and Primary School, Kamkunji constituency, Nairobi County. We got students in the Speaker's Gallery from Kilimani Senior School, Langata constituency, Nairobi County. They are all welcome for the proceedings this morning and to participate in what goes on, to see what goes on in Parliament this morning and in the afternoon. Thank you. Next, of the last four would be the Honourable Member for Tinderet. Then we come back this side for another four.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the finance bill. More importantly, the finance bill that went through extensive public participation, and more importantly, the report that the Finance Committee, led by Honorable Kuria, tabled before the House. Mr. Speaker, when the finance bill was first read in the House, it had very serious issues, which I want to tell Kenyans. The Committee on Finance went through and met Kenyans, met institutions like the Institute of Certified Public Accounts. They met manufacturers. They met individual Kenyans who raised a lot of concerns which were actually in the bill. Honorable Speaker, the committee, in its wisdom, managed to listen to the issues raised by Kenyans. And I want to tell members here that it could be improper, Chair, it would be improper to actually read the initial finance bill tabled in the House without proposals from the committee. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this finance bill actually is to actually address the issues, and the report itself to address the issues that Kenyans raised across board. The Finance Committee, led by Honorable Kuria, moved across over 13 counties, and they met, they listened, and finally tabled a report in the House. And it will be proper, Madam Speaker, to ensure that as members discuss this, we ensure that we discuss the finance bill and also discuss the reports and the proposal contained in that particular report, so that we have an informed view of what we are telling Kenyans. Certain issues that have been proposed, there are a number of amendments which we as members of the House are going to propose to ensure that we have a finance bill that is actually addresses the interest of the Kenyans. Madam Speaker, we have the issue of strengthening international compliance by aligning Kenyan tax framework with standard global practice for trusts and virtual assets. Madam Speaker, there are a lot of issues that Kenyans have raised, especially even on rental income or non-residents. The issue was that the non-resident tax on rent was actually owned the person who is paying tax. But now it is the owner of the house to do it, and it still stands at 7%. There is no much difference, and has not been raised to 30% as alleged by members from the opposite aisle. Madam Speaker, we also have the issue raised by the motor vehicle manufacturers on the electric buses, and all those other issues. Zero rating it and exempting it would have given a lot of burden to Kenyans. And I want to thank the committee because they have actually zero rated it and retained the initial response from Kenyans. And I really say this because a number of members in the House are trying to incite the public that the finance bill is not listening to Kenyans. This finance bill, especially on the issue raised, especially the issue of batteries, solar batteries, locally assembled phones, electric vehicles, have all of them be zero rated, but they are not being exempt because we don't want to burden Kenyans anymore. And this is something that everyone needs to know that. And this is a proposal that has been placed before us. And I'm asking members from this House to support the proposals of the committee. Honorable Speaker, we have business groups. They raised alarms that reaching 60% dividend distribution. There was a proposal in the tax bill that any dividends that has been raised by companies, if there is an issue that it is not distributed well, and the monies that is remained was presumed to be profits, it will be taxed. But the committee made a very, very important decision to delete the whole of it. And I've seen members here holding on to something that has been deleted completely. I want us to know very well that the proposals that his House has made are for the Kenyans and for the good of Kenyans. And when we sit here as members of this House, we are not about to tax Kenyans on certain issues which are not there. Honorable Speaker, professional bodies raised a number of issues, and I want to say this. They strongly objected to the removal of the weekends, the public holidays, and all that on tax objections, and the committee listened to them. And those are some of the things that I want us to discuss and look into it. Madam Speaker, we have also the issue of zero rating the tax status for the green energy items, and I've said that, locally assembled vehicles, phones, and the rest. We have also the issue of adjusting the filing of deadlines to give individuals practical windows. Actually, this one was a very wise decision. It affects all of us. It affects Kenyans in every sector. And by reducing that, it does not put Kenyans on strict issue deadline, especially when you are filing your tax returns. Madam Speaker, we have also the issue of Section 29A to the Tax Procedures Act and safeguard legally requiring the Commissioner to fully disclose third-party data sources used in assessment. This one has actually been done away with. And this one was trying to invade into the privacy of members and privacy of Kenyans. And I want the members to really look at what the committee has done very well, so that as we critique and have a better finance bill for the House, we have a balanced view and tell Kenyans. It is not about this House to incite Kenyans and tell them things that are not in the finance bill, and things which have already been corrected by the committee. It has been corrected by members. Already we have proposals to make sure that what the House is going to arrive at and vote for is a finance bill that is going to spur the growth of the economy, to spur the growth of businesses, to make sure that we get the revenues which are actually within range. We are not going to have things that are out of... Lastly, Madam Speaker, we have the committee deleted the punitive proposal on mid-dispute agency notices to robustly defend taxpayers' constitutional rights to fair justice. I want the House to really have this very clearly, that the committee decided that we need to remove punitive proposals on dispute agency notices. Those ones are actually going to affect the taxpayers. And we as members of this House, we are here to defend a taxpayer, and we are also to ensure that this finance bill, which we have it here, is going to make sure that the taxpayer is going to operate in a very fair, in a very objective society, and more importantly, to make sure that this country grows into a better country. There is an issue which, Honorable Speaker, everyone has been talking about, the Mitumba. And I want Kenyans to listen to me and on this particular issue. Every other time, Kenyans have been paying 16% on Mitumba. But this time, it has been exempted. And that means all the Mitumba traders are now going to have better profits. The fact that it was a proposal in the finance bill, the Mitumba businesses came to the finance committee. They appeared. They gave the proposals, and the committee listened to them. And when they listened to them, the committee therefore made proposals that let Mitumba in this country be exempted, not to be VAT at 16%. Who is the beneficiary? It is the Kenyan. It is the taxpayer. It is the Mwananchi. And this is actually going to assist us as a country. Madam Speaker, we also have issues of the bill was trying to establish 25% excise duty on excisable value of telephones for cellular and wireless networks. This one, Honorable Speaker, the committee made proposals to ensure that we don't take the issue of excise duty further to the use of the phone. And they made proposals that this be removed. And Honorable Speaker, these are good things which the bill is trying to address. And I want members in this House to ensure that we critique and give proposals where it's due, but not actually to use it for political mileage. Madam Speaker, I think this is a very good finance bill, which we need to support as a House, and more importantly, to make it better for Kenyans and raise revenue, which is actually going to spur the development of this nation. Look at the roads, look at the housing network, and most of the things that are going on. Madam Speaker, I rise and support, and I support that we are going to bring proposals to even make this finance bill one of the best finance bills we have ever had. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, honorable members, there is a lot of kindly don't lift up your hands. I have you here on this screen. We have a lot of interest. If we keep it short, a lot of us can be able to speak. Honorable member for Kitui Central, Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice into this important discussion. Honorable Speaker, I've been seated here since yesterday, listening to contribution by honorable members. And Honorable Speaker, I think it's important we put a few things to perspective so that members can debate from an informed position. Honorable Speaker, this finance bill, this one, the green one, is a product of the executive. What did the executive do? They went through their own public participation, and this bill went through the cabinet. And it is after the cabinet's approval that now it found itself into this House. So what does it mean, Honorable Speaker? It means the intentions in this bill are what the executive intends to do to the Kenyans in terms of taxation, Honorable Speaker. Now, after coming to the House, Honorable Speaker, it was tabled and handed over to our Finance and Planning Committee. What did the committee do? They conducted their own public participation, and as a result of that public participation, we have a committee report. This committee report has not been adopted by this House. It is a proposal which will now be discussed when we go to the third reading of the report. So, honorable members who are telling members that the committee has changed anything here, we are here to do that as a House. So as we debate, we need to look at the intentions of the executive and the intentions of the representatives of the people who already we have a committee report which has come to us. So I want members to be free to debate the executive intentions and the intentions of the committee. Now, honorable members, this finance bill is going to amend a number of other acts of parliament, starting with the Income Act, VAT Act, Tax Procedures Act, and what it is doing, it is amending those other acts which are existing. So on the basis of that, for you to appreciate what is in this bill, you need to look at the original bills. And unless you compare the two, you are not likely to get it right. Honorable Speaker, it's important to remind the honorable members that this country has a document called Medium-Term Revenue Strategy, which provides a roadmap in terms of what we do with our revenue collection. And it's important you look at the macro environment under which we are operating. And that is the document which provides that environment. In that document, it is proposing that as we move to the future, it is important we move VAT from 16 to 14. And once you look at that document that way, then you realize that there are areas where we could have done better. And I want now to go to the document and put some comments, Honorable Speaker. Where this economy is today, Honorable Speaker, any government which cares about the economy and the growth of the economy is a government who should be thinking about putting more money into the pockets of people or allowing businesses to have more cash flow, so that on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, then you can grow the economy. Otherwise, in a situation where you are taking more money from the pockets of the Kenyans, or you are restricting businesses in terms of cash flow, then you are not doing this country, you are doing the country a disservice. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on a number of clauses. And for me, the punchline, Honorable Speaker, is where we are talking about putting people into the pocket, money to the people's pocket. And any proposal, Honorable Speaker, which is not putting money into the people's pocket, Honorable Speaker, then is a proposal which should actually be rejected. The first one, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the bill, Honorable Speaker, initially, people would want to claim tax refunds on bad debt after 2 years, Honorable Speaker. What has this bill proposed? It is proposing that you push that, Honorable Speaker, to now 3 years. The only reasoning behind reducing the period from 3 years to 2 years, Honorable Speaker, was to push more cash to the businesses in terms of cash flow, so that they're able to do more activities. Now, when you extend that to 3 years, Honorable Speaker, automatically, Honorable Speaker, it means then business will not have enough money, and then they will have cash flow challenges. And as a result of that, Honorable Speaker, then you will be restricting the economy you want actually to grow. The second point, Honorable Speaker, which is critical. If you look at the clause talking about moving items from zero rating to tax exempt, Honorable Speaker, a number of items have been pushed under that clause, Honorable Speaker, and that is clause 31. Honorable Speaker, clause 31 of this bill lists a number of items. And I want members to realize this. Anytime you move an item from zero rating to VAT exempt, when it is zero rating, it means you can claim VAT on the inputs to that item. When it is tax exempt, it means you can't claim VAT on inputs. So immediately you move it from zero rating to tax exempt, automatically then you make the item more expensive, because the earlier VAT on inputs will be pushed to the consumer, Honorable Speaker. And that's why you see the issue of Mitumba becomes very controversial. I know my colleague has said Mitumba is not being taxed. But what has happened, Honorable Speaker, we have removed Mitumba from tax exempt, but if you look at the original bill, there is a proposal to tax the income from Mitumba by 5%. Now, once you tax by 5% automatically, then the price goes up again. And these are the issues we are saying. So who is targeted when it comes to Mitumba, Honorable Speaker? The person targeted is the Kenyan who is at the lowest in terms of income bracket, Honorable Speaker. And what that does is then you make Mitumba expensive. And that was the intention of the government. So we are saying it is good that our committee has pushed out that element of profit. But yet, we are not yet there, Honorable Speaker, because, Honorable Speaker, you know, we might make our amendments here, and when they go to the side of executive, then the executive says they don't agree with us, which means you have to raise 2/3. If we don't raise 2/3, Honorable Speaker, then the bill remains as it is. And that's why we are saying, members, it is important that we realize we have to be careful, Honorable Speaker, that we are likely to see the price of Mitumba going up, depending on what the executive will do with our recommendations to change the bill. The other item, Honorable Speaker, is the item of rent, Honorable Speaker. We do agree that we have been paying rent at a uniform rate of 7.5% tax. Now, what this bill proposes is, if you are a non-resident, you will be able to pay 30% of the income which comes from that rent. The question is, I'm non-resident, but my house is in Kenya, or my mall is in Kenya. So the people using this mall or my house are Kenyans. If I've been making $1 million shillings in a month, and the cost goes by 30%, I have no choice as a business person, but I'll push some of that cost to the tenant. And that's what we are saying again, by pushing more cost to the tenant, you'll still be getting more money from the tenants. And that means you'll be making things worse instead of improving them. So, honorable members, this item, while it looks very beautiful, honorable members,
What
it
is
is an
out of
item
order?
which will become controversial.
Dr. Makali, there is a point of order from Honorable Ruto.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. With due respect to my senior and my good friend, Dr. Makali Mulu, who is a well-known economist, I think on this part of non-resident rental income, profit out of it, we have to agree that these two people cannot compete together, a resident and non-resident, in the sense that the profits that are generated by non-resident shall be repatriated. So the order is, he has to be. The point of order here, Madam Speaker, is that I want to invite my senior in that aspect, knowing that the profits that are generated here to be repatriated is going to discourage economy, and you cannot have the two together to compete together.
Order.
We must provide an avenue for the local, for the resident.
Honorable Ruto.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we had done very well, and we had actually done very well. Honorable Makali Mulu,
yes,
treat that as a point of information which you had not agreed to.
Honorable Speaker.
Continue.
Honorable Speaker.
It is a point of debate. Continue with your submission.
Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to say is this, irrespective of who owns the house or the mall, it is a Kenyan who lives there, and immediately the cost of that taxation goes up, that will be transferred to a Kenyan. That's what I was saying. The third point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of VAT on digital services. That is, anytime you transact through your card or M-Pesa, this is supposed to be increasing, Honorable Speaker. Automatically, another good point of money being taken from people's pockets and not helping the economy in terms of growth, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a very controversial matter here, Honorable Speaker, and I want members to listen to me. This matter of the Commissioner of KRA determining your tax assessment through third parties or through other information, Honorable Speaker, is a matter as a House we need to really take time and think about it. Because what it means is that they can use that data, give you a tax assessment, which might not be real, and by the time you start appealing, then a lot will have happened. And in a country where, Honorable Speaker, these things, we know what happens in this country, this is a matter we need to take that and think through. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the issue, because I can see my time I'm getting short of time, Honorable Speaker. There is an issue of, Honorable Speaker, the issue of tax brackets. When I look at the committee report, a number of our stakeholders recommended that we review the tax brackets, and I think the whole thinking was the 30% which was promised. Honorable members, if you want to put more money into the people's pocket, and if the committee is really helping us as members of parliament, it is important we factor in new tax bracket bands so that 30,000 Kenyans who are earning less than 30,000 can pay lesser tax as it was promised by the executive. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Very well. Honorable member for Mavoko. If you're not in the House, Honorable member for Kitui Rural.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been seated here since yesterday, and each side is taking.
Honorable members, order. You cannot purport to do the Speaker's job.
Yes.
At all. Honorable member for Kitui Rural, you're on the floor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've been seated since yesterday, but I will request members to look at the clauses critically. Being a member of Finance Committee, I know what we have done to what members feel there are clauses which are offending. But we also need to look at the clauses, two sides. One, what Mheshimiwa Makali has been talking about, the non-residents, and what Honorable Ruto has been talking about on the same. But you have to know when you become a non-resident, if you are away for 183 days, you become a non-resident. But the issue is, if I do put up a house in Tanzania, for example, and I'm supposed to pay 30% of the income as tax. As a landlord, I have three options. One, I can bear the tax. Two, I can apportion the tax. Three, I can transfer all the tax to the tenant. But who is the tenant there? It's a Tanzanian. So in this case, the tenant is a Kenyan. So I think it's important we look at this thing, both sides, so that we reduce some of these clauses. Madam Speaker, I've been part of the process of this finance bill, but what I've realized is that nobody really, very few people are talking about the good things in this bill. Madam Speaker, Clause 3 talks about tax exemption on gratuity payments to employees who are serving more than 3 years continuously. This clause has two elements. One, it has a bad side because it disadvantages employees who are having contracts of less than 3 years, and it also has its own advantage because it encourages employers to give contracts of more than 3 years, and is an advantage to the employees because they have a longer contracts. Now they can go to the bank to borrow and invest or develop their whatever. So I want us, when we are looking at these clauses, we look at the positive and the negative side. Madam Speaker, Clause 20, it talks about exemption from tax on benefit paid due to death. For example, if somebody dies and he has a pension, he's in a pension scheme, that benefit to the dependents, to the beneficiaries, is being exempted by Clause 23, which is a positive thing. I mean, we need also to look at some of these things. Madam Speaker, Clause 24B is proposing to reduce corporate tax on investors, non-resident investors in petroleum sector. Madam Speaker, you know how much we have been affected by the conflict in Iran. If we encourage investors from outside to explore and refine our oil in Turkana, the crisis which this country has been facing in terms of cost of fuel will not be having it. And we are going to create jobs. Because if we have fuel, then we are going to have petrochemical industries, and we create jobs. So that's what I'm saying. When you are looking at these clauses, let's look at them negative and also positive. Madam Speaker, the issue of betting, 20% tax on betting winnings, it has negative and positive side because it is trying to deter gambling. But you see, when we are out there, the youth, they are saying this is part of their income because they are not employed. In fact, I remember in Kilifi, we were told that nyinyi waheshimiwa mmekunjwa, so you cannot do anything. But you have to know we are earning income from this. So it has its negative and the positive side. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, on the issue of tax amnesty and what members have been saying, allowing the principal tax to be paid by that 1st of December. Now, the proposal is if you pay your tax, principal tax, by end of that 1st of December, then there's a waive for penalties and interest. And this one will ease the cost of doing business because, most of these tax issues have been in court, and therefore business can be able to do businesses. Madam Speaker, there's also a proposal to increase free threshold from $300 to $2,000 to enable the people who are coming from outside. If you are from outside and you are coming, you can now bring goods worth $2,000 without being harassed by KRA in the port. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important also But however, there are also clauses which are offending, and as a committee, we have looked at them, and we have proposed amendment to these clauses. One of them is the proposal of 6% minimum threshold for undisputed dividends. The meaning what? Meaning, if you don't dispute your dividends, KRA will assess you and say 60% undisputed, you should dispute it. And therefore, they will tax that one. And therefore, that one is interfering. As much as KRA want to raise revenue, which is a positive thing, but it's interfering with the investment policy of a company. Because most of the companies, the small ones, want to retain dividends and reinvest so that they can expand. Madam Speaker, close to 2018, the issues of filing taxes, whereby those who have new returns, they are supposed to file in 1 month after the end of the financial year, their year. And basically to file for 4 months. The good thing with this is that government will get taxes early. 2, the companies and the audit firms will be able to employ more people. Look at that. But it's also a cost to the business, because hiring people to do that, the audit firms will be overworked, and there may be issues of errors in terms of when we are doing the calculations. Clause 22 is proposing to remove preferential treatment on withholding tax for East African citizens, dividends. If you have a company here and you are from outside, then you are supposed to pay withholding tax. This one, as of course, is going to discourage investors from East Africa. 2, the East African countries can also retaliate. They can also put taxes on our companies. And Madam Speaker, I think we have the biggest investors in East Africa. They are Kenyans, so we also have to be very careful with that. Madam Speaker, on the issue of refunds, clause 28, being reduced from 2 to 3 years, and this is something which we have been debating on refunds, especially on the refunds on VAT refunds, on inputs. Most of the companies have been complaining that, these refunds, they are not coming forward very fast, and therefore, this is restraining their businesses. Clause 31 on zero rating, moving goods from zero rating to exempt. If you move goods from zero rating to exempt, you cannot claim input VAT. The issues of transport, raw materials from manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, animal feeds, transportation of sugarcane, if you take that action, it's going to affect the prices. The prices will definitely go up. Therefore, but again, you also look at, we also been fighting what we call tax consumption. I mean, at 2024, tax consumption in this country was 510 billion shillings, which is quite a lot.
Your time is up. Member for Kegumo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to rise and initially oppose the finance bill as it is. And I think one of the things that we've had here a lot is the issue of the 30,000 that was promised by the executive. The people who want 30,000 shillings per month, who constitute about 50% of all salaried workers. And among the taxes that the finance bill deals with, and I know, is the Income Tax Act. And we've not seen that anywhere. So it's very important that we point out that of all the promises that keep being made, that is another unkept promise that was made by the executive. I'll start by the issue of tax exempt and zero rating. And a lot of people do not understand this. And a lot of our people, And I think it's very important for people to know. Once you hear a tax has been moved from zero-rated to exempt, it basically means that item will have 16% more because the person who's selling you the item will not be able to claim input VAT. And input VAT comes from, among other areas, power, electricity, your inputs. And so when we hear that the proposal for the finance bill is to remove that for pharmaceutical products, it basically means that our medicine, and you know, well, Madam Speaker, that SHA is not working.
What is out of order?
Medication becomes more expensive.
Hold on, Honorable Member from Kegumo.
Point of order, Speaker. We know very well the function of this House, apart from legislation, is to make laws. When the member who is on the floor alleges standing order number 83, standing order number 83, shut up. When a member alleges that promises have not been made in this finance bill, while it is the function of this House to make laws, then what are you saying? Are you saying that you are impotent in your function? So our point of order is, don't bring allegations while it is the function of this House to make laws, and that is why we are discussing about finance bill. So if you want to introduce amendments, and you support them. If you have the
Honorable Member for Soy, you have made your point, but I do not hear exactly what is out of order. Honorable Member for Kegumo.
Yes.
Did you mislead the House in the matter the member of Soy has?
I simply said that, let me tell you something, Madam Speaker. The Finance Bill deals with the Income Tax Act, Excise Duty Act, Value Added Tax Act, Tax Procedures Act, and miscellaneous amendments, plus the Stamp Duty Act. So if the executive, because this document comes from the executive, it's from the Treasury, if they really wanted to deal with the issue of the taxes, they would have brought it. They would have amended the Income Tax Act. And that's what I'm saying. So you cannot, in fact, as you correctly said, his point is pointless.
Honorable Munyoro, I'm actually engaging you because I have heard you, but I also heard the member for Soy, because then you're saying the debate we are having right now does not hold any water, because it is also in our mandate as a House. And I think that is what Honorable DK has raised. Even as you debate, do not annihilate the same House that you're serving in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's an issue of misunderstanding. I will bring the amendment. You support it, Honorable DK. But you can't say...
That is in order. Please continue with your submission.
Yeah, that... If the
and all of you, honorable members, Honorable Amboka, you're shouting that someone is shouting. Everyone is shouting. And sometimes even the speaker is not able to hear exactly what to rule on. Can we just be having decorum? Let us hear the member for Kegumo.
Please protect me from Honorable DK. I'll appreciate. Again, a lot of English was used on this issue of phones. And I remember the CS for Treasury visiting shops in downtown Nairobi, explaining to people why they were consolidating those taxes. And I think our people are really not interested in what tax is where. What he should have explained is whether if this tax is consolidated, the phone will be cheaper or more expensive. That is the only point that Kenyans want to understand. So we've been taken round and round and round from excisable, Osoro, I'm an expert on this thing, my friend. I understand it. We've been taken around this thing, and we are being told that now it will be cheaper. But if you look at the cost of the phone, once it's at the shop, first, how will they collect the money? Because if I buy a phone right now and give it to my mom in the village, and then once she activates it, she's told she owes money, who will pay that tax? And I think it's very important we be honest with our people. All we are trying is to raise more funds by creating laws that do not
Honorable
make
member
sense.
for Kegumo.
Yes.
Order. Do you want to be informed by Honorable?
No. I don't. How can I be informed by someone with less knowledge than I have? Surely. Thank you. Yeah,
Point of information, all the members, point of information must be accepted, and you do not have to impute improper motive on your colleague. Just refuse the information. Yes, continue. You have your right.
Yeah, and I think another issue that we've had a problem with is the tax predictability.
What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
Madam Speaker.
And make it a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 83. Madam Speaker, Article 117 of the Constitution is very clear. There is freedom of speech. You don't need to shout at anyone. You don't need to be hostile to people. You just need to be friendly. We are...
What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
Madam Speaker, I am speaking on issues of accuracy, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Munyoro is my very good friend. And he knows I'm his good friend. He knows also, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, order, Honorable Chepkonga. Do not shout across the aisle. Honorable members, you cannot, I have already said that, you cannot be shouting. But honorable members, my screen is full. So many of you want to contribute, but we keep wasting time on non-issues. Honorable members, if you rise on a point of order, make it a point of order. Yeah, Honorable Chepkonga, you've already taken 1 minute. You've not said what is out of order. Continue, Honorable Munyoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And please add me that time that has been taken away from my contribution. I wanted to say that we've had excise proposal of removing or changing the tax on ceramics from 50 shillings per 500 kgs to 50 shillings of the excisable value. And I think that also increases the cost of building. And I know, as we continue saying that we are trying to protect the common person, we cannot obviously be taking more money from their pocket as we continue bringing new tax measures. The other thing that has brought a lot of contention here is the removal of VAT on clothing from 16% to exempt. Again, it just means that if you sell clothes, you won't be able to claim your tax. And that also means people will pay more. And this, Honorable Speaker, you remember, is we've been increasing taxes throughout this regime from when we started in 2022. And this tax predictability is where I'm going. With the scrap metal tax, we changed it in 2023. And I was privileged, I was part of the committee. We changed it in 2023, 2024. Again, we've changed it in 2026. It just means that no one can be able to predict properly, even if you are doing a business plan or you want to invest in that industry, where the tax will be next year. And again, we passed a bill here that tax should be predictable. The minimum years we should have is at least 3 years so that someone can be able to plan. And currently, if you are an investor and you come and invest in this country, it means that you will come with a tax regime this year, invest, and then next year, before you even finish construction, it's changed, and that makes it very hard to do genuine business. Scrap metal dealers are business people. They are genuine. Someone called them thieves. They are not. They are people who actually earn an honest living. They should have a predictable tax regime. They are business. They pay taxes. We've also introduced withholding tax on dividends from for
Honorable member for.
And I think, please.
Honorable member for cases, point of information has to be accepted. Honorable Munyoro, do you want to be informed? You said point of information. Honorable Ruto. Honorable member for cases. I am indulging you because you're the vice chair of Finance Committee. Are you on a point of order or a point of information?
Point of order.
What is out of order?
Thank you. The point of order, Madam Speaker, is under Standing Order number 83.
Honorable Amboka and team.
Honorable member knows very well. Is it in order for honorable member knowing that scrap metals as it is right now attracts taxes at a regime that is being prosecuted here to simplify. He knows well, because the message here you want to give out to members of public is as though scrap metals are not subject to tax. Whereas it attacks taxes as it is.
You have made your point.
It's not mislead.
Honorable Member for Kegumo, I would indulge you, even as you debate and all of us, that we stick to matters that you're able to substantiate.
So, but it's in the bill, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I am hearing you.
Yeah.
I am hearing you, but I want you to stick to matters that you can substantiate without misleading not just the House.
How did I mislead
but
the House,
country.
Madam Speaker?
But the country. So, what Honorable Vice Chair has raised, could you respond to that?
You know, there is a proposal on inputting 5% withholding tax on dividends for EAC citizens. Is that true or not? So, what I'm saying is, Kenyans are the biggest investors in East African countries. What will happen if the countries decide to reciprocate and they give us a bigger tax? What will happen to our investors? Our banks are all over the African continent. So I think some of these tax measures have not been looked at critically so that we protect our Kenyan investors. And Madam Speaker, I think as much as we try and contribute, this interruption interferes with the thought. And I honestly respect Honorable Ruto, but you must protect other speakers from this kind of shenanigans. We are here on very serious business of rejecting...
Order, Honorable Member for Kegumo. Honorable members, even from my left, you have actually been interfering with the other members on the other side. Point of orders and Standing Order 83 are legal and allowed. Kindly complete your submission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been very disciplined. And I wanted to say that we are here on very important business of discussing and making sure that as a House, we reject this punitive finance bill. We protect Kenyans from this regime that does nothing else other than trying to get money out of their pockets. We must reject. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Makueni, finally on my left, then we'll go to the other side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me time to make my contribution to this very important bill that actually shapes our country. Honorable Speaker, I would first like to make two general observations. When you look at this particular finance bill, we are trying to raise the highest amount of money that we have never tried in this country. 4.8 trillion. Honorable Speaker, we are trying to raise the highest amount of money when Kenyans economically they are at the lowest. In my view, Honorable Speaker, this is a finance bill that is not informed by the context that we are operating in. It's a finance bill that is prescriptive but not proactive. So I think it is very important. Anytime we draw a finance bill, we are not trying a finance bill for Tanzania, we are doing a finance bill for Kenya, and we must be informed by prevailing economic situations and the livelihoods of our people. My second observation, Honorable Speaker, is that the entire finance bill, you realize that it is based on a capacity that we do not have on this country. When you have a finance bill that is going to have 1.1 trillion deficit, already shows you are chewing more than what we can actually consume. And generally, that is training Kenyans for no apparent reason.
What is out of order?
And we should actually work.
Order, members. What is out of order? Honorable Makilap.
Yes.
Honorable Makilap. What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 83. Is it in order for the honorable member to mislead this House that this finance bill is trying to raise 4.7 billion, Madam Speaker? That is a budget of the country. The finance bill is trying to raise 98 billion, not 4.7 billion, Madam Speaker. So she is misleading the House, Madam Speaker.
You made your point, honorable member for Makueni. Member for Makueni, the mic.
I think I'm very accurate, Honorable Speaker, because the money we are trying to raise in this finance bill, total cost is 4.8. No, there is the other bit, but I'm trying to divide them accordingly. Honorable Speaker, I need to be protected.
Honorable Member for Makueni, do you want to be informed by Honorable Wamboka?
Of course not. Yes.
Honorable members, that shows you how you are accepting information without even hearing who the member is. Honorable Wamboka, you have the floor.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, the other side is harassing the good honorable for nothing.
Are you informing honorable member
I'm informing honorable members that the member is right, because all that we are doing is geared towards financing a budget of 4.8 trillion. So the member is right and the House is accordingly informed. Sit down and...
Order, Honorable Wamboka. Honorable Pukose, what is out of order?
You know, Honorable Speaker, when Honorable Wamboka stood, he was to inform the Honorable Member for Makueni, not the House, because what he's trying to pass across, Honorable Speaker, is misinformation. This budget, this finance bill is raising 90 billion. Secondly, this finance bill is not addressing the budget deficit as put by the Honorable Member for Makueni. Yes. It's not addressing the budget deficit. We are not addressing that. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important that when members stand to speak...
Do not debate, Honorable Member for Endebess.
No, I'm just putting... I'm not debating. You know the guys...
Order, members. Order. Honorable Kibagendi, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable DK, point of order.
Point of order,
Honorable Wamboka, Dindi cannot inform you. You are not on the floor. Honorable DK.
You see, Honorable Madam Speaker, it is very important that when you are debating, you give also facts. And if you are giving falsehoods, you need to substantiate.
What is out of order?
What is out of order? The member is alleging that this finance bill is raising 4.8 trillion. You know very well, even the revenue we are trying to raise in this country is around 3.6 trillion, and the others is through debt. So this finance bill is only raising 98.5 billion.
Order. Honorable members, Honorable members, I know we have very many views about so many issues, but I beg you, because there is a member on the floor, she has accepted to be informed by Honorable Wamboka, but Honorable Wamboka actually said exactly what Honorable Susan said. You actually repeated what she had said. So, honorable members, allow me to give the member for Makueni, because she was on the floor. Honorable members, I will give honorable member for Makueni to make her submission, considering the standing orders, honorable member, statements of facts. Let us be careful in what you say, not to mislead not just this House, but the country. Honorable member for Makueni, make your submission.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am very happy that you are listening to me. The way you are listening to me, it means I'm making a point. And in summary, my point, Honorable Speaker, is very simple. Any finance bill must be contextualized. And the contextualization means must be do analysis to deal with the issue in the prevailing changing economic situation. In this particular case, I'm saying we have a very ambitious finance bill that requires so much money when we are dealing with a country where the citizens are economically at their lowest. That is my very point. As for the figures, you can actually fill in the space. Honorable Speaker, to my second point, Honorable Speaker, to my second point, I said this. You know, anytime we try to raise money, even at a family level, you must look at the capacity of your people in raising, yes.
Honorable Member for Makueni, by forfeiting your remaining 1 minute.
How can I have 1 minute?
You want to be informed by Member for Kiharu.
Yes, but Honorable Speaker, it's not 1 minute.
You have accepted the information. Member for Kiharu.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me a chance to put more information on what the member has stated. And first of all, want to request all members here that no one is a repository or a depository of facts in this house. We all have different views. Because as the member has put it very clearly, we have a budget of 4.8 trillion shillings. On the revenue side, there is ordinary revenue, there is A&A, there is grant, and there is, Honorable Speaker, the deficit. And it is only a deficit based on this house passing, Honorable Speaker. As we debate this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, members can actually come up with innovative ideas on how to raise more revenue, on how to raise more A&A, so that there is actually no deficit. So the entire amount we are dealing with is actually 4.8 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. And it is important for the members who are near me that we also respect the views of all members. Because the member from Makueni is actually making a very credible claim.
Order, Dende Nyoro, you have made your point. You have made your point, and the reason I've allowed Honorable Susan to make her point is because I am inclined to let as many of you speak, because we are here for that. We are here for that debate. So, honorable members, because my screen is still full, if we agree to keep it short, so many of you will have time to speak. Member for Makueni, kindly complete your submission.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The second point is based on the VAT on digital financial platforms. That is the Fulisas and all that. You see that when we have VAT on these financial platforms, most of the poor people access money from these platforms. They are not even included in the form of banks. So raising money on this financial platform is denying our people, the very poor, access to financial services. Honorable Speaker, no country that is serious and denies money to the very poor. Bearing in mind, since the Kenya Kwanza government came into power, they did away with the Women Enterprise Fund, Youth Fund, ASLA Fund, so the local people have no money to access. Now you are adding injury by now wanting to add VAT on financial services, meaning the poor will have no access to financial services. This is seriously suffocating the economy. Honorable Speaker, I have not heard anything significantly and explicit.
Your time is up, member for Makueni. Honorable members, before I give the next person on the floor, allow me to recognize in our gallery today, Siwot girls, I think senior school, from Kuresoi South, seated in the speaker's gallery, from Nakuru County. On behalf of myself and the House, and of course your Member of Parliament, Honorable Tanui from my county, we welcome you to the House to observe the proceedings of this House. The next chance will go to the Member for Marsabit, Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important debate that is going on our finance bill, and again, to confirm that I support the bill. Honorable Speaker, I also want to congratulate the committee members who have given their attention to this bill and the entire process. I was going through the report, Honorable Speaker, and what encouraged me most is the recommendation made by the committee members. Honorable Speaker, the committee members have suggested that we retain the strategic zero-rated VAT status for green energy items like locally assembled mobile phones and agricultural inputs. This will directly benefit all our business people who invest in this and who will continue investing in this and increase their businesses and their income. Again, Honorable Speaker, the committee members have also recommended that adjusting filing deadlines to give individuals a practical window of 4 months and corporate bodies 6 months to submit financial returns will be of great benefit to every citizen. Honorable Speaker, I've also looked at the bill and seen that it is caring for the citizens. The main objective of this bill, Honorable Speaker, is to generate approximately 98.9 billion in revenue collection. That will benefit each one of us, that will benefit our economy, and also bring stability. Honorable Speaker, again, the objective of this bill is to strengthen international compliance by aligning Kenya's tax framework with the standard global practices for trust and virtual assets. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is growing, and especially under the leadership of our President, who is so committed to growing this nation and to moving into first world. We have no other option, Honorable Speaker, than being bold enough to grow our economy and to also support all our business people, our citizens, so that we can all grow together. Again, Honorable Speaker, key proposals of this finance bill are as follows, and I will just pick on a few. Offering massive relief to workers by exempting employment gratuity from income tax provided to service contract covers a continuous period of at least 3 years. Honorable Speaker, many people who are working at the end of their term or their contract, they look forward to receiving their gratuity, and exempting this from income tax will give all the employees a big relief, and we will encourage Kenyans to work, and when it comes to receive their payment, then we have taken care of them because of exempting employment gratuities from income tax. That will help us to make sure that their whatever they will receive will not be interfered with. They will receive their package and they will benefit, and that will comfort them and also encourage them and motivate them. Again, Honorable Speaker, on value-added tax VAT realignment, the bill promotes green mobility, a technology by adding electric buses, bicycles, and others. This will caution Kenyans again, Honorable Speaker, because many of us will get into that and also benefit because we will be able to use less money in fueling and other things. Again, when you look at that, cautioning local industries and health by exempting scrap metal inputs for animals' feeds and also raw material. Honorable Speaker, many of our citizens work in this area and also earn their income from this. And by cautioning local industry, we will be able to help Kenyans to support their businesses and also grow, because when they grow, the nation grows. When they grow their businesses, our economy also grows. Again, Honorable Speaker, this bill, you can clearly see from the bill that the bill is aiming to protect agricultural supply chain, and the bill introduces VAT exemption on transportation of sugarcane from farms to milling factories. Honorable Speaker, what else do our farmers need? Because we have already introduced VAT exemption, and our farmers will enjoy, when they don't pay for this transportation, they will enjoy their total income, and that means their income will obviously increase. Honorable Speaker, I have also looked at the bill, and what I have observed is many Kenyans are happy with the bill because we have increased education funding. The education sector is one of the main beneficiaries. We want our education sector to be stable. We want our young people to be future leaders, and that is why our government is investing a lot in education sector. And many Kenyans are happy with what we have, with what the bill is already proposing. Again, we have increased HELP scholarship funding, and many learners, many of our students are excited about this and looking forward to benefit so that they can get what it means, so that they can educate themselves and also lead this country in future. Again, Honorable Speaker, conversion of interns, 20,000 teachers to permanent and pensionable is what has benefited many families and what many Kenyans are looking forward to. By doing that, the government has stabilized and has helped the teachers who have always been interns and who will join the interns, but at the end of the day will be put on permanent and pensionable. Again, Honorable Speaker, in this bill, we have what we call support for the elders, almost 3.9 billion that will support our village elders. What else do we really need? And with those few remarks, I support the bill, and it is my prayer that we will all support, and Kenyans will, at the end of the day, benefit, and we will transform the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Ugenya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this, Madam Speaker, this is not the first and the last finance bill. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have more than 60 finance acts in operation today. And that's why it's wrong to say that this finance bill is meant to raise 4.92. It's not. We got finance bill since independence. The only year we didn't have a finance bill was 2024. And so it's wrong for Honorable Ndindi to lie to us that this bill is the only one meant to raise the budget money. It is not true. It doesn't work like that. We have bills, finance act since 1963, and all of them are resource-raising bills. We need to agree on that. Madam Speaker, number two, this bill has gone through a lot of consultations. There are things that are being said that are not true that must be debunked. Madam Speaker, on phone and telephone purchases, we are reducing tax on telephones from 55% to 25%. Yes. We are simplifying the purchase of phones. The only thing we are saying is that we don't want circumvention. People importing phones into Uganda, into Tanzania, then getting into the country as if they are made in those countries, Madam Speaker. We must tell our people the truth. We are reducing the cost of phones, not increasing them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the morning I heard that we are increasing cost of medical supplies, Madam Speaker. And I want Honorable Jaku Amboka to listen to me on this matter. In this bill, we have reduced the cost of bringing in equipment for renal treatment. We are reducing the cost of items that deal with kidney treatment, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. It's important, Madam Speaker, that we also say the truth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is not only about increasing taxes. It's about making taxation easier, making administration of taxes easier. It makes it easier to collect taxes, Madam Speaker. And so we have to be clear, Madam Speaker, that as we talk about taxation, we also tell the country the truth. The Mitumba traders themselves ask for tax to be classified as exempt. They said that putting us now on zero rating doesn't help us. In fact, they said that if you put on exempt, it makes business for us easier. Indeed, Madam Speaker, there is no reason for applying VAT on Bituma because you're not adding any tax on it. It's making collection of taxes in that regard easier. And above all, it was asked by that industry. We didn't just wake up and put it, Madam Speaker. Okay, it's very important, Madam Speaker, to note that this bill does something that needs to be done in the country. We are losing 400 billion every year on tax refunds. Some of these tax refunds, Madam Speaker, are fake tax refunds. This bill makes it easier for government to know who is applying for tax refunds that is fake, which one that is right, so that we are able to put our money where our mouths are, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is meant to ensure that those who are paying taxes today, especially rental income, Madam Speaker, I heard people saying that, oh, we are increasing tax on rent. It's not so. The truth is that we are making it easier for tenants whose landlords are foreigners to be able to pay taxes in this country, Madam Speaker. You can't be charging taxes on landlords that are locals, nationals, and you don't want to charge taxes on foreigners who don't live here and who we don't know where they live and who are receiving money in Uganda, Tanzania through M-Pesa. We want all that taxes to remain here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've heard my friend talk about scrap metal. Scrap metal, Madam Speaker, is a source of steel in this country. But we are saying that if you are selling scrap metal, you've picked something on the road, you are doing whatever you are doing, that will be income. There is no value added on selling a car bumper. There is no value added on selling a sufuria that is wasted. So that's why we're saying that if you sell it, it will be income. There is not VAT charge, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's important that as we do these debates, we divorce politics from it so that we ensure that Kenyans know this finance bill is the most misinformed as it were, Madam Speaker. So I need us to say that as we go forward, Madam Speaker, let us tell the truth to the Kenyans. Let us ensure that everyone knows what's going on. I heard in the morning someone saying that we are increasing tax on sugarcane transport. In this bill, we are reducing tax on sugarcane transport, not increasing it. So if a member says that we are increasing tax on importing sugar, on transporting sugarcane, it's a lie. Madam Speaker, let members of this parliament tell Kenyans the truth. In overall, Madam Speaker, this bill is better than any bill that we've had in the recent past. It makes tax admin easier. It collects what we need to collect. But above all, it responds to the needs of Kenyans, that you don't increase more taxes and make their lives more difficult. Madam Speaker, those are my remarks. I beg support.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
Honorable Speaker, I think we've exhaustively discussed this, and may I call that the mover now be called to reply. That the mover be called to reply. Put the question. Yes.
Order, members. Order, members. Shouting does not add to the debate. Honorable members, a member has risen in his place and requested the speaker to put the question that the mover be called to reply. I will put that question, that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order. 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 Order, members. The question I have put is that the mover be called to reply. You cannot purport to request for division, and if you do, you know the numbers and the threshold. Order, members. The threshold is 30 members, and I do not count 30 members from where I am. I have counted. I have counted. Order,
members, I have counted. Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order. The numbers, you are 14 honorable members. You are 14 as it is. Order, members. That debate, that request does not get to the threshold. Mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam. I stand in. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the debate that has been contributed by members, it is sufficient enough that this particular finance bill is seeking to address the main issues, Madam Speaker, and therefore I beg to reply.
Give me the mic.
The numbers are 30, like you said. Yeah? Order, members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Our standing orders are very clear. The rise for division was defeated because the members on their feet were 14 on a required number of 30. Honorable members, the mover has replied. I will therefore put the question. You do not need to guide the speaker. Do not throw hands to the speaker. Honorable members, I therefore put the question that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental.
Honorable members, we have counted the members on their feet. It is 27. And that request is therefore declined.
To make
We have properly done that and counted myself. It was less than 30. Next order.
Order number 9, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2026, second reading.
Order, members. We are now on order number 9.
Well done, Madam Speaker. I think it's done.
Majority Leader.
Majority Leader. Who is moving order number 9?
Order number 9, Leader. Amuka. Leader.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2026 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me, this is a straightforward, minor legislative cleanup to align our tax administration laws with contemporary realities. The bill contains critical legislative updates designed to streamline the administration of revenue collection laws in our country. Honorable Speaker, the bill introduces procedural and terminology updates to reflect the current corporate governance structure of the authority. This is a non-money bill under Article 114 of the Constitution and will not require additional public funding, and it fully respects devolution as it does not affect or alter any functions of county governments. The objective of the bill, Honorable Speaker, is that the primary objective of the bill is to modernize the Kenya Revenue Authority Act by removing obsolete structural terms and also seeks to synchronize the schedule of revenue-related laws with recently enacted and repealed legislation. The bill aims to clean up legal reference to ensure absolute clarity and prevent statutory conflicts during enforcement. Honorable Speaker, the proposals is that, Honorable Speaker, clause 2 and clause 2 and 3 propose deleting the term ex officio from section 7 and 8 of the Principal Act, and this deletion is necessary because the term no longer fits the current composition and structure of the board. Honorable Speaker, the section of the KRA Act establishes a crisp board composition that includes the chairperson, Commissioner General, PS Finance, Attorney General, and 6 independent members. Honorable Speaker, clause 4 updates the first schedule by replacing the outdated standards levy order of 1990 with the current 2025 order. Honorable Speaker, the bill officially deletes the reference to the old repealed sugar bill. Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to support these non-contentious amendments, Honorable Speaker, to ensure our legal books remain clean, accurate.
Order, members. Order, members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Osoro, hold on. Honorable Osoro, hold on. Order, members.
Let me proceed.
I know many of you really want to be thrown out of these chambers. I am not doing it. Honorable members, let us give Honorable Osoro a chance to finish up. We only have 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this meeting adjustment shifts the board's focus away from day-to-day micromanagement towards sustainable long-term oversight, performance trends, and risk management. Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to support these non-contentious amendments to ensure our legal books remain clean, accurate, and functional. I now request the Chair of Finance Committee, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, to second. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order members, Honorable Kimani, hold your horse. Honorable members, order members. Order members, our time for this session is up. Order. Order. Be upstanding. Honorable members, be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being exactly 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 17th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m.